Hello. Hi, homies. Hi, besties, internet besties. I hope that you guys are doing well. Happy weekend. And another All Signs, another live All Signs. So let's hang out. So we're going to look into what you don't see coming. And this could be surrounding literally anything. So we'll just see what wants to be highlighted, okay? And as per usual, starting with Aries, going all the way through. What's up, Andrea? Good to see you, my love. Starting with Aries, going through to Pisces. Lindsay, hi, baby. It's so good to see you guys. I love it. I've been putting out a lot of content, but I hadn't gone live, and I was like, I miss the homies. Sad music plays in the background. Life turns sepia toned. So, I wanted to see ya. Well, I wanted to feel ya a little bit more in a different kind of way. You know what I mean. Okay, so, yeah, we're just going to look at what your energy currently is, where your focus currently is, then what you don't see coming, and some advice. So I want to look at where your current focus is, just because then maybe we'll see why you don't see this coming. So not that you not seeing it coming in is a bad thing necessarily. It could just be a really good surprise for you. So keep that in mind too. I think so many of us are like traumatized. And so we're like, what don't I see coming? Who goes there? You know, and it's like, what if it's a blessing from the universe, perhaps? I don't know. Let's keep an open mind, guys. You'll take a surprise. Me too. Right hand to God. I will as well take a divine surprise. And no more character building, please and thank you, Spirit. I've had enough. I'm going to wipe. I can see like fingerprints on my camera. Just gonna give you a little wipe off there. There we go. That was gonna bother me, even though I'm pretty sure you guys can't tell. So, what else? I don't read for any particular placement. Most of you guys know this already, so just trust your intuition with the energies that you feel resonate with you and the ones that you want to watch for. So you can watch for your sun, your moon, rising, Venus, stellium, homies, whatever it is that you want. ASMR. You're finding the quickies like ASMR. Yeah, a lot of people are like, you have a relaxing voice. And actually I've studied like 4 different things in university, but I started with journalism and broadcasting. And the program was like radio, broadcasting, journalism. It was like every form of news, basically. And all of my profs were like, you have to do podcast, you have to do radio, you have to do something. Because I think it's just because I have a lower than average voice for a woman. So I don't know. Something about the tone of it, though. They're like, it's pleasing to the ear. So that's good. Yay. Apparently I sound like Selena Gomez. That is the comment that I've gotten the most since I started this channel. Over like 7 years, everybody has said that. So I think we're both just nasally, honestly, but the wiping of the camera. Yeah, okay. Oh, the ASMR, the wiping of the camera. I like how I just went on a rant about something you weren't actually talking about. Okay. So let's get into it. What's up, Melissa? How are you doing, darling? Thank you guys, by the way, for just being amazing. In the comments and the chat, you guys are so supportive of each other, and it like makes me a little bit emo sometimes in a good way. But I see it and I'm like, oh, my family, my little internet community family of baddies are supporting each other. And it just makes me so happy. So thank you for just being like fantastic people. Yeah, I appreciate it so very much, as well as for your kind words to me too. That's very, very nice of you. I love your feedback. What's up, Cosmic Insights? All right, so I'm just gonna cleanse-a-roo for a moment or two and recite some poetry as well, apparently. Nora, hi, sweetheart. How are you? It's good to see you making it. Okay. And then I also have a frankincense little incense match that I want to light as a little offering. So let's just take a moment to ground our energies and tune into each other's frequency, if you will. Be a spiritual weirdo with me for just a moment. But just bring your energy to the present moment. Focus on your senses. It's really not that spiritual. Take a couple deep breaths. And just, that's basically what grounding is, right? Just like being in the moment, being in your body, recognizing this is where the power is, in the now, right here, right now, everything's good. Right here, right now, we're just chilling. And any problems or issues that you have can wait for a sec or two, right? So, there, that feels better. So I'm just setting an intention that the messages that are needed most for my beautiful collective come through about something that they don't see coming, that I had to like ash on my hands, and I'm gonna wipe it on my face at some point, I'm pretty sure. We'll deal with that moment when it comes. I like how I just lit a match with you know, it's these moments that I'm so glad are caught on camera. If you ever try to put me on a pedestal, just remember that these moments happen very frequently. I'm doing well, Melissa. I'm doing well too. I'm kind of tired today. You guys might notice this. I'm gonna just try to just straight channel. I didn't sleep very well last night for some reason. And also I'm coming up on bleeding, but not there yet, but very close. And it's just like my body's like, ugh. What's up, Michelle? Okay, there we go. How can I set this down so it will keep on going? There we go. All right, so let's start with Aries. My beautiful babes. There's quite a bit of energy in Aries right now. So you could be feeling extra spicy. Oh, here's Luna. You can see her tail like going by. She's kind of. Oh, she's just. Oh. Oh, I thought she was gonna go up on the chair that's next to me and you guys would be able to see her, but she didn't. Anticlimactic, my bad. Okay. Let's see. Let's get into it. Let me turn the brightness on my screen down though, because my laptop is probably gonna have an overheating heart attack like it always does. Aries, Sun, Venus, and somewhere else. Dang, girl. That's beautiful. So you make love to life, huh? Me too. I'm an Aries Venus too, and Jupiter. I love me some Aries energy. Hi, Luna. Do you want to come over here and say hi? Come up here. Come on, you know how to get here. I think she's thinking about it. She's going in the window pane instead. It's more exciting outside than my pets. Okay. What does Aries need to know? Show me Aries energy, their current focus, what they don't see coming, and the best possible advice. Heartache, yeah. I feel ya. I feel ya. Sometimes though, you know what I'm learning? There's certain ways that the heart only opens when it breaks open. I've been realizing this lately because I too have had an aching heart for the last couple months. And I realized that the vulnerable place that it puts you in, specifically like heart break or being away from someone that you love or missing someone that you love, like distance or separation, it kind of cracks you open in a way that nothing else does. Even when you're trying to be vulnerable and open your heart, it's not the same. It's like it cracks you open in places you don't know you're closed. You know what I mean? It doesn't make it easy, but there's something kind of like special about it at the same time. Or I guess I'm learning how to honor it a little bit more. Or maybe I'm just a Pisces. Probably both. So if you guys are coming in during the stream, then up in the right hand corner there's going to be a GIF. Sometimes it kind of blends in, but hopefully you can see it. And it will tell you what sign we're currently on, or else someone in the chat should be able to tell you. And then after I'm done, once I have timestamps to be able to put up, then I will put them up. And then you'll know where we're at, and you can just skip by clicking that to wherever you want to be. And those will be in the pinned comment down below and the info box with all of the other, you guessed it, info. All right. Aries. Let's get 6 cards for you. A couple more shuffles. I'm kind of getting an energy. Okay, I should timestamp. It's going to be one of those readings where they start just channeling stuff to me while I'm shuffling. So, hold on. That sometimes happens, especially when I'm tired and I'm a little open, like a little more open. So bear with me tonight, okay, you guys? I didn't want to cancel it, but I am like very much in the ethers tonight. So, okay. Hi, Aries. I'm still shuffling your deck a little, and then I'm going to put your cards down, but some messages just about your energy are channeling through, so I'm just going to timestamp now so you guys don't miss anything. But I can feel there's something where you might be a little slowed down for some reason right now. And you're either doing it on purpose or you've been impacted by something or influenced by something. It doesn't feel bad necessarily. It just doesn't feel like you, because you're usually very on the move at a specific tempo or speed, right? I'm channeling this song. I can't remember what the song is called, but he says, and I'm driving fast because I mean it. I think he says I mean it bad or something. That's kind of like how I envision your energy sometimes. It's like you're moving fast, but it's because you're passionate. It's like because you're fueled, because you mean it. So that's more your standard or your status quo, but I feel like you're kind of, yeah, Temperance at the bottom of the deck. Like I said, it's not bad. You're taking your time with something to work through or towards something is what that feels like. Let's see. It kind of feels like it feels mature in a way. I don't think slow is the right way. Maybe intentional is a better way of saying it. More in the present moment, because you do sometimes miss things when you're moving quicker. And sometimes those things don't really matter. They don't carry that much weight. But at the same time, there's a lot of richness in slowing down. Let's see. Wow. I'm going to clarify the hell out of that. Okay. Okay. I love this. So maybe I was actually picking up on your advice. No, I feel like the advice is just continue with what you've been doing, though. You are not yourself right now, and guess what's got you fucked up? Do I even have to say it? Do I even have to say it? The Queen of Cups. Love is love. There's something, and it's mutual, but it does got you fucked up. And I don't know exactly why. But that's you at the bottom of the deck in the reverse. So again, this could just be you're doing something differently. I'm not really getting a disempowered energy necessarily. I feel like you're kind of being it's almost like you're being dared by the universe, or you're daring yourself. You're pushing yourself, but you're also preparing before you leap. What's up, mixed? No, I'm on Aries still. So, let's see. I'm going to clarify with some oracles and tarot. But the star in reverse is your current energy, and your focus is the moon in reverse. So it's Aquarius and Pisces energy. Progression. But with the star in reverse, there's something that you are healing, or you're working through it. Beloved! I'm well, thanks. I was like, you didn't ask, but thank you. There's something you haven't quite worked through, but you're looking at it. And it's because you can't not look at it. It's like, this is unavoidable. This is like, see on this card how she's sitting on an iceberg? This is unavoidable, like the Titanic when it realized, oh shit, there's an iceberg right in front of me. You know, that's the unavoidable. It's like, you're going to look at it, or else you're going to hit it, and then you're still going to have to look at it. Like, either way, you're going to look at this thing. Something's being revealed to you in your healing. I think that it's about approaching love in a different way, though. It's like a softer way, a tender way. There's something here where you are, what you don't see coming is you're going to start doing things differently than you did in the past, and it looks good on you. And that doesn't mean that you did anything wrong in the past, or that you were any less you and authentic in the past. It just means that, again, you've grown, like you have evolved or matured in some way, and it is positive, or you are. It feels like you're stepping into the Emperor. The maturity and the fullness of the Emperor, of your energy. But in the past, you maybe, you know, it's that Martian energy. This is a Scorpio card. Sorry, my voice. Mars in Scorpio, but it's about revenge, right? And it could have been where in the past, when you were hurt or you were healing, whatever caused that, you were a little bit like resentful or spiteful. With Mars energy too, you could have even used your anger as fuel, like played off of it a little bit. It's very much like, fuck you forever. And, you know, on the way out the door, it's like, no, we don't have to make nice. We don't have to, we're going to burn the bridge down on our way out, you know. But I think that now you're realizing that maybe in a way that prevented you from fully healing from the things that you did leave behind. And I feel like that's kind of what's being shown to you. And you're like, there's a better way. There's a way that does not feel safe or known or nostalgic, but that is actually a good thing, is what you're realizing. Because in the past, I don't know, all those fragments, they add up in weight, emotional weight, karmic weight, just energetic weight, when we are not forgiving ourselves and others or fully releasing. And it's good to, like, when you're going through the stages of grief, for instance, if you're mourning something, it's good to process that anger. It's good to, I'm not saying don't let it out, but you can, like, using it for fuel or to motivate you moving forwards in a kind of like shadowy way. I'm seeing that as being something that, again, it was never bad. It was just less mature, and it cost you something. It cost you more to do it that way. There's nothing wrong with it, but it was more combative. It was just heavier. It's the star in reverse. So you're like, I'm going to do something original. I am going to, and it has to do with what you're healing right now. What you're healing right now is helping you do something a totally different way, but you don't really see it coming that you're going to shift. And you don't see what the shift is going to bring you. Almost immediately, I feel like this comes in. A gift from the universe for making this change. I'm getting goosebumps. Can you guys see that? All the hairs on my arm are standing up and I have goosebumps when I said that. Yeah, you're doing something different. Aries, Enterprise, Jupiter and Aries at the bottom of the deck. You're doing something different. You're setting out on a whole new way. And it's not publicity. It's not in the public eye. It's not something like an enterprise like work or something. This is internal. You're reordering things, or you're giving things a new order. You're the emperor. You are putting things in order, and then you're like, bitch, this is my kingdom, you know? It's sexy energy, and it's brave energy, not fake courage where you avoid the hard things and puff out your chest and pretend that you're so strong, you know? It's like you just ran away though. You know, like so it's more brave, and it takes more to look at the things that scare us, to look at the places where we've been disappointed, where we've disappointed ourselves, where we've been rejected or abandoned, and the things that scare us because we have been wounded in those ways before. But the only way to release that woundedness and the effect that it has on us currently, even though those things happened in the past, is to move through them. The only way out is through. And you're taking a new approach that allows you to release more fully these things that have been weighing you down. And it's mostly been weighing you down emotionally and mentally, but mentally more so, I feel subconscious, and then maybe like negative narrative loop in your mind, or a very self-critical or self-doubting kind of voice, little gallery of voices that you don't like. You're like, get out of here. I don't care about your voice anymore. I decide. No one tells me how I have to do things or how I have to feel after something happens. It's it's empowering and liberating. But it's so empowering because you are the one liberating yourself by doing this healing. And it does feel like this is a long time coming. I'm not going to lie, Aries. I'm going to clarify the moon in reverse, but the moon talks about something being revealed or coming to light. And a lot of the times it's from like 12th house vibes, because the moon is Pisces. So it can be about where you've been your own worst enemy and you haven't seen it. It is about your subconscious. It's about things unseen, and even ways that you've had blind spots, and then other people have been able to take advantage of you because of those blind spots. Like, they see it and they take advantage. So this is very beneficial, what you're doing, the work that you're doing. Clarify the moon in reverse for me though. Oftentimes this is where, under the moon is where the things though that we everything we don't want to look at, like everything that we hide from ourselves goes under the moon. It goes into the subconscious. That's where everything we repress goes. Our greatest fears, our most traumatic memories, our deepest wounds, all these things, the big bad monsters in our shadow that go bump in the night, that's where they live. And it takes guts to walk into the cave. Luckily, you've got huge balls. But more Mars energy with Pluto added, Scorpio, Sun in Scorpio. You know, like, this is you deciding, no, I am the emperor, and now I'm going to act like the emperor because I decide and I know, and I don't need anyone telling me. I don't need any companion to discover myself. I know myself. I'm going to rebel via optimism. Yeah. There is something where you're undecided about something, though, because you are still, you're like holding on to control, and you're not devoting yourself to something that I do see you wanting to be pulled towards. You're not making a choice, though you do have one to make. Though you're not saying something, because why is my throat all of a sudden crazy? It wasn't like this all day. I feel like you're seeing something, but you're not saying it. You? It's like you go to the cave and you're like, all right, we're brave, we're here, we're Aries, you know? We came, we saw, we conquered. You come in, you look at the fears, you look at the wounded spots, you're like, all right, you know, strong arm those beasts into submission, or you integrate the knowledge. You realize it's not as scary as you thought it was. But then there's something in there with all of that, and it's like you're processing everything. You look at it and you're like, and on to the next one. We don't need to look at you today. You can, you know, we're just gonna leave you there. And it has to do with partnership or some sort of companionship. It's like you thought it was just gonna be a brief affair and it wasn't super risky. But then, I don't know, something happened. You got sucked into this person. You weren't cautious. And this person didn't manipulate you. They didn't strong arm you, and they weren't like ostentatious or, you know, stubborn, or they weren't doing anything on purpose. You just got, it feels like being entranced by someone, or you're getting sucked into someone. I feel like there's also someone that you're super attracted to, but you're kind of surprised at the influence that this person has had on you. Something about the way they see the world inspires you, but there's something that you don't want to look at about this person. Maybe you don't feel appreciated by them, or you don't feel like the best of you is exalted. However, you entered into this already like keeping this person at arm's length. I'm seeing that because you were already convinced that they wouldn't fit into something like your world. So did you share the best of yourself with this person? If you were going into it kind of knowing it was going to end, and you're surprised at the way that, I don't know. But there's something about the way that this person lives and sees the world and expresses themselves that you're drawn to. And it's because you find it interesting, or maybe a little bit inspiring. Still, there's something you don't want to see about this. But what you don't see coming, the cards that came out, is the Six of Cups in reverse, the 10 of Cups, and then the 9 of Pentacles in reverse. You're moving away from the past. And you're moving directly into the 10 of Cups. And you don't see it coming. And I think that's because you're walking forwards right now, but you're looking back, right? The only way out is through. So you're moving through the past. So you are moving forwards because you're moving out of it slowly. But at the same time, you're still in the past, moving through it, right? So does that make sense? You're moving forwards, but you're focused on the past because that's what you're moving through. So I hope that makes some semblance of sense. But it's almost like you walk right into this and you're not expecting it. And I think that it's actually just the desire. Is this what you're avoiding? Is this in regards to the person or the connection that Aries is avoiding under their moon? Or is it someone new? Is it the same person from the past? Let me see. Yeah, it is. You're facing your ego. You felt hurt by this person. You put your defenses up. And you there's very strong Mars energy here. You were very combative, but it's because you were in your ego at one point in time. Look at all that Mars energy. Damn. And it's Mars in Scorpio, Leo, and Taurus. 3 fixed signs. That's why you didn't see this. That is why, because that is some stubborn ass energy. And if you were defensive and in your ego, I mean, I have a lot of fixed energy, don't get me wrong. This is just how we are sometimes, right? It's not a bad thing necessarily. It can be a really great thing actually, depending on where we're focused, but there's something here where you weren't really admitting to yourself that you approached something from an unorganized, it's like you saw that it was a risk and you went into it without a lot of order or organization, because you weren't really expecting for it to be something that truly expanded, that you could explore and discover on a deeper level. For some reason, you felt like you didn't really have a choice in that. Like, you would be rebelling from what was expected of you or the type of person you were meant to be with, or you would be upsetting the current order of things or the way that things are done. So maybe you come from a very traditional family, or a very religious family, and there's a way that you do things, but it's like you entered into this and you were like, I'm attracted to this. I am also curious about this. Something about this opportunity or person is intriguing to me and it's drawing me in. So you went in and it's like you weren't defensive at first, but you also weren't devoted because you were undecided and you did not have a lot of hope, or you didn't think that you could truly and seriously go after something. It's like it wasn't practical, but it was exciting. You didn't really trust the empathetic and innovative nature of this person. I don't know. You thought I feel like you didn't believe it. You thought it was a bluff or something, a manipulative tactic, but I don't know. You're facing your ego here, or just the truth. You're looking at the truth. I think it's because you're walking through the past again and you're like, oh, I was a little bit, I missed something there. But it's because you've been hurt before, and it's because also you felt overlooked or misunderstood by this person at some point as well. But I think you're realizing that that may have been because you were defensive, like you were not really showing all of yourself, even if you intended to or thought that you were. There was withholding. And it could have been withholding out of fear that was unseen back then, So you didn't know what you didn't know. Everything was still under the moon. The wound was still the wound, but you weren't sitting in it looking at it, which means it was running you from your subconscious. So it's not, again, it's not a bad thing. This is all coming up, and the fact that it's coming up is actually a magnificent thing. You've been super stubborn. Your intuition has been telling you something, that you were wrong about this person. Relatable, Michelle. That Nine of Pentacles in reverse, though, you're not withholding. You're letting all of this person and this connection and all of what it invokes or evokes out of you. You're letting it all in. And I think it feels really good, but you're not approaching it the way you did in the past, from a place of like, I'm not taking this too seriously because I'm attracted to it and it's exciting and interesting, but it's never going to happen. It's like you're approaching this as if it is an actual possibility now. So you're giving it a true chance to actually thrive and survive because of the way that you're perceiving it. You're moving completely different in it. And also because you've done a lot of healing and acknowledging of wounds, even if they haven't fully healed, you've seen them, which means you've started the process of shifting them and alchemizing them into power, even if you're not totally done it yet. You want to give yourself to this in a way that you didn't in the past because you were still defensive and you were still carrying heaviness. This is you being like, I want to put a ring on it, you know, or I'm ready to not be single because it's the 10 of Cups. But you weren't satisfied with whatever the past was between you and this person, I feel specifically, but also just in the past, like you've done things a certain way, and again it feels like because you thought that was just the way. Now you're just growing out of that, and I think that you're gonna feel really good in this new approach because it's more you, like more genuinely you in an empowered, liberated, free state. There's a rebellious kind of energy about this, but it's very Aquarian. It's Aquarian and Aries. It's the Fool. It's unexpected, kind of like Mars and Uranus or something. You're taking an unexpected action, and you feel very strongly about it once you sort out your own internal, like what's going on. You're like, I know what to do, and now I'm taking action. And I feel like the action is bold and brave and clear. But you don't see this shift coming because you're still in the thick of the healing. So that is kind of beautiful, right? And I don't think you see the achievement of this commitment or the achievement of you dropping the way that your old approach, because there's something about it that was just not, it was coming from that defensive place where you felt like you needed to prove yourself. It was a little bit traumatic at times. Like it's almost like you caused resistance to either test someone, or it was an ego thing. I don't know if it was like to control the situation, to feel more in control. I don't know exactly what it was, but the way you approached this in the past, you're shifting. So your advice is the Ace of Wands in reverse. And I feel like this is just like, go easy there, cowboy, which I think you already are doing. It's the energy from the very beginning of the reading about you just moving a little slower than you normally do. Not even slow though. It's you're present, you're intentional. Where you are, you're there. Meaning you're there mentally. You're not just there physically and checked out, you know, like you are present, you're tapped in, you're engaged. Tell me about that Ace of Wands in reverse a little bit more. Advice for Aries. I really like this though. And the thing I like the most about it is how brave you're being, how you're looking at yourself, and you're being humble. And humble is just being honest with yourself. It's not tearing yourself down. It's just being real with yourself. And knowing that no human is perfect. When we make mistakes, we admit it, we take accountability, we learn, we grow, we move on. If you felt bad about the mistake, then don't make it again. You know, that's how you learn. Affair with convention in reverse. 2 Aries energies. No, 2 Venus energies, sorry. Why did I say Aries? Probably because you are. So there's Venus in Leo and Venus in Virgo here. But this is exactly what I was saying. It's not conventional. But you're moving towards something that is very bright and shiny. Spirit is just saying don't be impulsive. I think last time you moved impulsively without the optimism behind it, and you called that devotion. But it wasn't really, because you didn't have the optimism behind it. You were actually still in an undecided state of speculation, ready to escape at any moment before you experienced a loss that you were already anticipating would come, right? It's like staying in a state of fight or flight or like adaptability, and you missed a lot in that state. You weren't present. It's almost like you were triggered. But yeah, I see you moving out of that, and Spirit's just saying you're not taking the same approach. That's good. It's not conventional for you. Yeah, be present. Don't be impulsive. And you will see how this isn't taking away your ability to be independent, risk-taking, and rebellious. Just because you're coming together with someone, you can be that way with them and not lose your power, but actually feel more empowered from that place. So, I love it. I feel like you're looking at actually how the conventional way that you were approaching things was draining your energy. And like this was draining your energy, and this was the approach you've been taking, right? But it's heavy, it's Mars, it's so much like exertion, assertion, defensiveness, all this. It's like being at war 100% of the time. But I feel like you were at war against someone who was a lover, not a fighter. But you had wounds and you weren't seeing things totally clear, maybe. Keep in mind this can be reversed as well, so I could be talking about someone you've been dealing with, but take it how it resonates for you. But yeah, I think that there's a huge shift coming for you. You're healing, you're approaching things differently. You're becoming the Emperor, and I feel like it's all in the name of love, and it's mutual love. It's the kind of love that doesn't feel like a difficult investment either once you really just start flowing with it. Aw, the lovers. You didn't think you could have success here, and so you cut it out, but you couldn't. You couldn't let go emotionally. You couldn't manifest jumping out into something else. You needed to reconcile this within yourself because it mattered. It matters. So, yeah. I love this for you. What you don't see coming is pretty beautiful. It's going to spice up your life. So, have fun with that, Aries. All right. We're moving on to Taurus. We're moving on. I need to turn the screen up a little because I literally cannot even see. Okay. Hi, guys. How are you doing? We're moving on to Taurus. Let's see. love Aries energy. That seems like such a beautiful use of it too. Is Luna lurking? She's in the window. So we have like these little curtains and she just goes into the window pane and then sits in the sun and just has her little cat naps. So she's right there. I'm sure she'll show up at some point. She knows she's the star of the show. All right. What does Taurus need to know about what they don't see coming? Show me their energies and current focus. Okay. You're not subtle. When a Taurus decides they're going to actually move, you keep throwing them out at me. I'm just playing with you. Hi, Loons. We're just talking about you. You want to come say hi? She just randomly was like, made this weird little noise. Okay. 3 more. Your cards are just flying out at me. I was going to pick them, but they're like, no. We want to do it our way. So, Taurus. I hope you had a wonderful birthday season, too. Just one more. Gosh. Thank you. Death, the 3 of Wands, the Hermit, the 4 of Cups in reverse, and the Ace of Wands. The 4 of Wands, the King of Pentacles. Aww. The 10 of Pentacles, the Star. Bro. 3 of Pentacles, the Emperor. You might be dealing with an Aries or have both in your chart, sorry. Luna heard your psychic call, yeah. Okay, there's some sort of big transformation going on for you. Let me see. Let me timestamp and get into it. I'm cold for some reason. No, it's not cold. It's warm outside. Let's see. Hi, Taurus. How are you doing, my loves? I hope you're doing fantastic. So let's take a look at what you don't see coming. First of all, I feel like you were stubbornly not moving for a while because you were sorting something out or you were figuring out how you felt about something. Now you're like, we know how we feel and it's go time. And the thing about fixed energies, but especially fixed earth, which is you, is that, yeah, when you don't want to move, you're not going to move. When you decide that you're going to move, you're moving and you're taking everything with you and you're making the shit happen. And nothing's going to stand in your way. And that doesn't mean you're necessarily moving super rapidly or fast, but it's like, we're going now and we're doing it on my terms, right? So your energy is the Magician currently. And it came flying out with a fiery energy. So you are putting something into motion in order to make it happen, like in terms of a manifestation is what this feels like. You're meeting the universe halfway. You're like, we're done thinking about it. I know what I want. I'm going to move towards it. And then the universe is going to know. The doors are going to open. It's like you recognize that your action towards what you want is basically like you saying open sesame and the doors are opening. There's something where you have felt out in the cold though, but not, more just like isolated, not at home within yourself. And I feel like it's because you've been in a womb or like a cocoon-like state. So you've been kind of in between, like the door hasn't been open to the next place that you're going. You haven't been born out of the womb yet. You've been in some sort of void state, and you hadn't felt the embrace of this new thing. You maybe haven't been in like a lighter, more playful energy for a while either. You're moving into a time of harvest and abundance. It feels like you've been more in your spirit, or you've been more in like a soul state than your body. So you may have not been super present. You may have been going through like an ascension or an up leveling. But it feels like it did clarify things for you, or maybe your intuition got like an up leveling. Regardless, you know what you want, and now you're moving. And I think that because your current focus is the Five of Pentacles. And you're like, no, that will absolutely not do. We are rectifying that immediately. So there's something you're seeing here where you feel, again, it's either isolated, disconnected, out in the cold, lack, scarcity. You're pinpointing a want. And now you want to fill that want. What is the want? What's the Five of Pentacles around for Taurus? So this can be anything in your life, any energy that is missing along your journey of life, right? It could be financial, but the pentacles are also just like time, energy, effort, physical energy that you put into stuff, attention. So it could be literally anything. It could be a relationship, distance between you and a personal goal, a financial lack. So take it how it resonates. Or maybe you're realizing that you want to be more in your body, you want to feel more like yourself, but you've changed. And so maybe you want to get some new clothes for your wardrobe, or do something new with your hair or makeup or something like that, right? It's like there's a lack of congruence almost for some of you, I feel like, in how you've been showing up. And so you're looking at that and you're like, how can we align better? How can we actually be more present now that we're coming back into our body and our physical state a little bit more? But yeah, you're definitely observing, you're seeing where you're not completely satisfied and fulfilled. It's amazing though, because there's more to that observe card though. You're not just observing the Five of Pentacles. Some of you are trying to you're witnessing someone else as being out in the cold, and you're manifesting them coming towards you, like into the warmth or something like that. But let me see. Let me get one more card from that observe. I feel like you're not just focused on this Five of Pentacles, like this lack in your life that you're observing. I feel that there's something more to that. The womb and the harvest. Okay, yeah. There's something, again, that you feel has very much, these are the same cards I saw before. I told you you're doing magic. You're trying to manifest with that Magician here. Manifesting abundance. The thing is, too, you're not changing too much. You're actually illuminating the way that you do things so that you can simplify what already is. It's kind of coming through as Virgo-esque energy, where you are just refining your process, your current process. You're like, no, I'm genius, and I'm already happy with my process. If anything, I can just make it a little bit more simple, a little less effort, but I'm pretty much a gangster, you know, like I'm pretty much golden. But there is something then that you're observing that you want. Again, it's in the womb. You've already planted seeds and you want harvest, whatever this is now. That sounded a little weird. You're ready to embrace this in manifested form. That's a little bit less creepy of a way to say that. Huh. Yeah, could be different things for all of you, so take it how it resonates. But what you don't see coming is the Page of Pentacles, the Sun, and the Queen of Cups. Yes, living for this. Living for it. There's Leo energy. I feel like you're just kind of getting it all. Is this Page of Pentacles Taurus? No. It's someone who wants to give to you. I feel like this might be something you didn't really nurture or take super seriously. That doesn't mean it's a bad thing, but it feels like this was something that was approached more from a playful place. Or maybe you just had other stuff going on. There's a Luna hair in my lip, but it feels like this is someone that wants to come. Like, I wouldn't say this is someone that you've had a contract with before, either with work, or like you haven't worked with this person before, or you haven't been in union or in a relationship with this person before. Not in like an official kind of way. Whoever this is bringing an opportunity towards you, because this could be anything. For some of you, it's love with the Queen of Cups. It is an offer of basically like everything, though. It feels warm. But for some of you, it's like it's just an opportunity that is creative. It lights you up. It's something that is maybe like has to do with, it could be artistic in some way. Whatever it is, it's like your soul is kind of in it. Your spirit is kind of in it. I want to clarify a little bit. It very well could be mixed. And if it is something to do with career, well, even if it's a relationship, it's going to be something with the Sun and the Queen of Cups. It's going to suit you so beautifully. Like, it's going to be a counterpart to you. Even if it's a job, then it's going to be so well suited for you. It's like a role perfectly cast, if that makes sense. That's how I'm seeing it. Can you tell me about this Page of Pentacles? I'm seeing two people here, though, and I'm seeing you want to open your heart to this. This could be an opportunity that you put a pin in at one point, or you just, things maybe things are not closed. There's still like an openness between you and this person, but there hasn't been commitment, I feel like. Things needed to grow on their own. So even if this is someone else, it would be like someone who started a business, but they needed to figure out how they wanted to run it, like before they brought other people on, and you were also doing some sort of healing or something. Then it's like approaching you with an official offer now that they've got things sorted. Or if it's a relationship, then it's, I don't know. I feel this isn't completely new to you. Or else it could be something or someone that you dealt with in a past life, but not in a negative way. I'm not seeing negative karma attached. They're telling me it's something you can be non-defensive towards. It's something that you can let your guard down to. It's like a golden opportunity. It's not a lesson. Some of you needed to hear that. It's not another lesson. It's the real thing. Because your advice is the Seven of Wands in reverse. You don't have to fight. I'm hearing, for some reason, I'm channeling a song that Um, Weird. I don't know how it fits, so I'm going to pull a couple clarifying cards, but it's called Give Up the Grudge, and it's by the band Gob, like G-O-B. They're kind of like a pop punk band. But he says, what does he say? Give up the grudge. Well, it's kind of sweary. Give up the grudge. Shut your fucking mouth. Why you gotta judge everybody but yourself? Take a look around you. There ain't nobody home. I may be a loser, but at least I'm not alone. But the beginning was the part I was hearing, just give up the grudge. There could be someone that you felt like was holding a grudge towards you. Maybe you've kind of felt out in the cold with somebody, but you knew that it wasn't like a forever thing. For some reason, you knew that someone would get over something or let something go. And for some of you, you've been observing or just kind of like tuning into the energy to see where they're at with that. It would be someone that you had like a secure connection to, but you weren't completely committed to, if that makes sense. Again, someone that's not new to you, you know them, but you're still aligning with this opportunity or this person. But that alignment is happening. That's what you don't see coming. And it's this person approaching you, the Page of Pentacles. So you're right about what you knew and you've been observing. You knew that something was in the womb, but there would be a harvest season, that something would come around. For some of you, you're manifesting someone coming around, the Queen of Cups, but also another opportunity as well, like mutual love, but also something else that brings you a lot of happiness. And it could be an opportunity, or it could just be a gift, like something that is just straight up a gift, a blessing from the universe. You don't have to do anything. You win something, someone just randomly gives you something. A vacation, I don't know. It's something that makes you very happy though, and it feels literally warm, and yeah, it's feeling literally warm and sunny. And it helps you, yeah, for some of you it's travel, an opportunity to travel. I just got goosebumps like all over. I feel like you're going to have options too coming up here. There's options. But tell me a little bit about that Seven of Wands in reverse before I let Taurus go. Yeah, I just see a lot of really good things coming. If you pass, it will open more doors. Your exam. What were you taking an exam in? Well, I only see good things coming towards you. I mean, the Page of Pentacles, the Sun, and the Queen of Cups is undisputably positive. Math, God bless you. I love that people in this world do math, and I'm not one of them, but I so appreciate that you exist. Mainly so I don't have to be one of them. I'm an artsy girly. I'm a writing girly. You hate it. Why are you in it? Oh, is it a class you have to take? Okay, the card's not coming out. The Seven of Cups, again, this is something that opens doors for you. Once you let go, you've been holding on to something a little bit here stubbornly, like up until this point where you decided you were going to move. You've been holding on to something. Now you're like, all right, I'm ready to let that go and actually take action and move. You might be communicating something. Yeah. You might be communicating something. It's like you're dropping a bomb. You decide that you are ready to move and how things are going to move. And it's very black and white. Or it's meant to be. You're meant to keep it simple. Because these cards, a lot of them have a lot of color. But both of the ones you got are black and white in this deck. Like, it's a colorful deck. So, and it's 2 sevens as well. Wands and Cups, fire and water, steam. There's something here. Again, they keep telling me you weren't nurturing something in the past, but it did make you happy. Why weren't they nurturing something? Because you were seeing it as, yeah, you weren't trusting your intuition or your guidance. You were seeing it as just like playful or like practice. It's like you were practicing healthy boundaries or something. You thought that you were practicing healthy boundaries, but you were really defensive. That's what this is. You were protecting yourself from getting hurt, but you weren't aware of how something had been limiting you at the time. For some of you, it's the place you were living or who you were living with, especially if you were living with family. There's something about your home was like very restrictive, or it was having some sort of influence on you. Something around you at home was influencing you, or even just your living situation. Like you didn't like where you were living, you wanted to move, and you didn't have that sorted out. But there's something here where you weren't taking something seriously. You weren't seeing it as good fortune. Now you're like, oh shit. That's very abundant, and I wasn't seeing clearly because I was afraid. So you're dropping your defenses, you're moving towards this, not assuming anything, not expecting anything, but hoping for the best, with an open heart and open arms and an open mind, I feel like, as well. You're communicating with clarity, though. You know exactly what now that you're moving, you're like, So for some of you, this is a gift that's coming in. But then you are also communicating something and you're dropping a bomb to somebody else. It's like 2 different things, 2 different blessings. I'm hearing that song that's like, I feel good. Da-na-na-na-na-na. I knew that I would, yeah. I think you're gonna feel so fucking good in this next phase. I mean, how could you not? The Sun and the Queen of Cups. Like, how could you not? But there's something here where you are just about to be riding the high of life. And you're learning something. You're learning a lot about yourself in this. I think you're learning that you kind of were keeping yourself in this spot out of fear, and you were calling your defensiveness boundaries. But there's something that you weren't seeing, because they were actually coming from a place of a little bit of confusion, uncertainty, fear, and then just kind of reading the situation. Like, again, you didn't assume, or you assumed that it wasn't really going to go anywhere serious, and so that's how you approached it. But now you're coming towards it differently, and it feels like, I don't know, I see it responding. You're giving it a choice. Yeah. There's something about the time that you took to yourself, though, and you really witnessed yourself in the silence. You became more sovereign, and now you're taking a leap towards something that matters to you. But you're also being rewarded simultaneously by the universe for the work that you've done. And what you're taking a leap in the direction of, it's not a test. It's not... You're right about it. Your sovereign self is the one taking this leap, and it's because you know. You might have thought it was a test before, or something you had to be defensive towards, but you see it now and it's not. It's the sun and joy. So you're opening yourself up to it and approaching it. Yeah, you're learning a lot about yourself, but you don't see this coming, so... Maybe you're still in a point where you are observing yourself and you are figuring out what it is that you truly want right now. I feel like you're going to know soon enough. And yeah. Once you decide, the universe kind of conspires to work alongside you, is what that feels like. And a lot of magic kind of comes into your existence. So I think it's going to be a beautiful time for you, honestly. Looks gorgeous, gorgeous, darling. So we're moving on now to Gemini. I love that so much. That looked just beautiful. I love that people are just, it feels like a very karmic time. And karma is, again, it's neutral, right? It's just the natural consequence to whatever your actions are, whether your actions are good or bad. So it's the universe just listening to you, watching, observing you, and then giving you exactly what you deserve, essentially, right? But there's something very karmic about this season. And I'm seeing it because the people that are doing the work are getting rewarded by the universe. You know, but it's because you have the balls to meet your dreams and desires halfway, believing that good things can happen to you, that you are worthy of them, that you have done the work, but that you are just innately worthy of them. Like, it's powerful. It feels powerful. And so the universe is then responding powerfully, and it's dope. Oh. Whole ass vibe. Big fan. Yeah, a positive mindset, but also just a knowing, like an assuredness. Because sometimes, you know, just telling yourself what you want to be true isn't the most beneficial approach. But when you are feeling it, you feel it inside. That's why you're brave enough to take the leap. That's why you're certain enough to put it into black. Oh, excuse me. I like hiccuped when I was talking. Black and white terms. That was weird. You simplify it. You simplify your process because you see what you want, why you want it, why it's a good fit for you, and then you're going for it and you're getting it. And it is because you are deciding. So it's not like you're just hoping, you're deciding. You're realizing that you are actually the one that makes those calls. And when there's a quote that says something like, take one step towards the gods and the gods take 10 steps towards you. And it's true. Like, the universe, spirit, source, whatever you want to call it, right, wants you to expand. It wants the best for you. It sees your value, your worth, your place in the big scheme of things, how unique and irreplaceable you are. It knows that you're worthy. It just wants you to know that you're worthy. And when you show it that you're starting to remember that you're worthy, it rewards you. You take one step and it comes 10 towards you. So take a step. See what happens. What's the worst that could happen, right? But take the step knowing. Take the step knowing. Don't take the step doubting. No. All right. So we're moving on to Gemini. Moving on. Look at me giving my inspirational chats about the universe. Thank you for coming to my TED Talk. Let's see. But it's true, though. It's true. We limit ourselves in this universe because we're always told and we're programmed and conditioned to see ourselves as so small and unworthy. It's like, you're not worthy unless you break your back. You're not worthy unless, like, you struggle. It's not love unless it hurts. You know, life is this big, it's a hard knock life, you know, so get used to that dog eat dog world. And it's bullshit. I mean, there's duality, which means that there's dark for the light, there's dark, right? But you are so much more powerful and in control, or able to be in control and dictate your own world and reality than you remember. So I love that people are showing me that they are remembering. And it takes work to remember. It takes like uprooting. It's like soul retrieval and working through karma and wounds and stripping off masks and letting, shedding skin. And it's not, transformation is messy and it can be painful, but it is so worth it. And those of you that are pouring yourself into it or taking that leap, you're realizing that how worth it is, which is amazing. Okay, Gemini. Tap moon. Okay. A little bit of a different vibe. Happy birthday season. I'm actually going to wait until after I timestamp to say that. It's so important to be aware of how you can improve your own life. I'm someone who felt like just a victim for years, and I'm now trying so hard to change that. Yeah, same. Well, I was angry, but it's because I was like, there's different ways to embody that victim energy, right? Really, just anytime you're thinking something happened to you, you're still in a victim status, whether you're choosing to be angry about it, resentful about it, to feel weak and doubtful or anxious about it. It manifests in so many different ways, and it's totally legit. Like, it's so valid, because sometimes things do happen and they do suck, they do hurt. And that's not discounting that or saying that you'll ever have the power to avoid those things altogether. But you can always choose how you respond and how much power you give certain experiences or situations or people. What does Gemini not see coming? The thing is, too, it becomes a little bit addictive, like self-pity. Not self-pity even, just seeing yourself as small. I feel like it's too easy for us as humans to be comfortable with seeing ourselves as small. Like, why is it so fucking hard just to fucking love ourselves unconditionally? Like, why is it so hard? It should be the most natural thing in the world. But it's not. And it's like the whole journey is just remembering how to fucking love ourselves and love each other. It's so simple, but it's so complex at the same time. It's so simple and deep, not complex necessarily. But okay. What's that? It's hard because you need to walk the line between not discounting your own hardships, yeah, while also realizing that you can overcome them, yeah. And I think the best way that happens is when we start being grateful, like you get to a place of being able to be grateful for it. So you can see the pain, but you're also, it's like I was talking to about with Taurus, about how pain, like transformation is often messy and painful, but that doesn't mean that it's not worth it. And oftentimes we learn really huge lessons through pain, or our heart breaks open and we expand into being able to see and love ourselves and others in whole new ways, and it comes from pain. So there's a way to, without being a masochist, learn how to actually be grateful for the pain. And it's because every cloud has a silver lining, truly, because the universe is dualistic, right? You can look at any situation. Every situation has two sides of the coin. So your consciousness is very powerful in that sense. How you choose to frame things or see them is how your reality will be, because that's how you'll see it, right? So that will be your experience. Okay. Let's see. For Gemini. Wow. What? Okay. Oh my. Everybody's like going through things and dropping their fear and like really witnessing themselves and their power. And I think that is so amazing. Okay. Let me just see here. Hi, Gems. Hi, my beautiful friends. I hope you're doing so amazing. Happy birthday season, you sexy things. I love you to the moon and back, to my Gemini moon and back specifically. I love you forever and ever. So have an amazing season and month, okay? What's up? Interesting times. Okay, so let's get into what you don't see coming. So your energy and your current focus. Four of Cups and the Nurturer of Swords, which is the Queen of Swords in reverse. Okay, I want to see if that's you. Like if you're focusing on yourself, that you cut something out. Yes. Okay, you closed something out, but now you're feeling disappointed about it. What? The Eight of Wands. The Page of Cups. The High Priestess. Okay. Why is Gemini feeling the Four of Cups then? It looks to me like you ended something. You chose to sever something or cut something out. It's an action that you took, and there was a level of certainty behind it as well. But you're currently in the energy of the Four of Cups, and you're looking at this decision that you made, and I'm seeing you as not being happy with it. So this could be grand scale or very, very small. Like this could literally be like, I got bangs and I'm mad about it because now I have to style my damn bangs every day, Take it how it resonates for you. But you're looking at something literally with the Queen of Swords in reverse. That could actually be like a bad haircut. But why? Okay, why is Gemini feeling the Four of Cups about this? The Knight of Coins. You're bored? Okay, some of you, Gemini, you made a choice to let go of something. I'm not exactly sure why you made the choice to let go of it, but it's telling me that you're kind of not happy with that choice because things are kind of boring now for you. You made a choice, and it's like the grass isn't greener on the other side of that choice, whatever that is for you. So I think that it's causing you to look at why you thought that you were bored where you were at with what you severed out. And I think that what you're realizing, some of you, don't come for me, I did not call for you. I'm a Gemini moon, okay? I can play these games with the best of them, but commitment phobia. There's definitely a thing with you masked a fear of commitment. And you were like, that's so boring. That's so conventional and boring. But really, it was the Hierophant and the Four of Wands. So there could have been an offer in the past, like, let's say someone came in and they were very practical or they were very grounded. And you were like, this isn't really that exciting. Maybe you normally pick emotionally unavailable people or like bad boys or bad girls or sirens or whatever. But on the other side of this choice, you're like, maybe stability, maybe that was just stability. Maybe it wasn't boring. It was just, that's what stability is, maybe I decided that stability is heavy, or that being in a commitment is just going to be so much work and it's going to feel like so much weight and heaviness, and I'm going to have to take on all this person's stuff. And then it's like you just decided, Three of Coins in reverse, to not be cooperative. And you were like, no, F that. I don't want that. But it was based on assumptions that you made, not necessarily how something would truly be. And the more it looks like you've walked away from this, the more you're kind of like, so is it too late to turn this thing around? And that's okay. For some of you, though, you're just having insight. As you move away, you're like, well, I'm not any less excited now, and I'm seeing things a little more clearly. Or I'm not any less bored now, and I'm seeing things a little more clearly with some distance. And you could be seeing how you were either in a slightly emotionally disconnected and apathetic state where you didn't see an opportunity for totally what it was. But there could have been more excitement there if you had. It's kind of like you would get what you give. So if you're assuming that something is boring and stagnant and not a good fit for you, rather than exploring it and being open to it revealing what it has to offer, right? Then you're kind of you're not going to see the best of something if you're not open to actually seeing the best of something. So it kind of feels like that's what this is. There's something that you did care about maybe, but you didn't invest in. Yeah, you made a choice that you regret here, and it's actually hurt some of you, or it caused somebody that you love pain. The Three of Cups in reverse, the Five of Cups. But you're telling me this was a choice that... It's like you were hoping that it wouldn't be that serious, that you'd be walking away and you wouldn't feel like the remorse would just leave you, you know? You'd be like, it wasn't that big of a deal. But I feel like the further you move, or the more time away from this you have, you're gaining a higher perspective on your own toxic behavior. And that is great, honestly. That's beautiful. That's not, I'm not throwing shade. This could also be reversed if this isn't you, it could be someone you're dealing with closely. But that's what I'm seeing. Where you're seeing where your own internal conflict about your own nature and what you are and aren't capable of, and what will and won't make you happy, and whether you fit inside any traditional kind of box, even when it comes to relationships. Like the Four of Wands is not a lot of structure. And the Hierophant, yes, that is structure, but it's like you create your own. You don't have to follow someone else's tradition. You can learn your own way, or to even teach others how to do it a new way. But it's like there's something you assumed was a cage. However, I think you weren't seeing that you were you assuming that something was a cage was you putting yourself in a cage. Like it was a cage of your own making in your mind, and it was just coming from conflict. And so you were creating some form of resistance. But what was the conflict around? The Lovers and Judgment, liberation, you and your own liberation. This deep, deep, deep personal transformation with Plutonian energy. It definitely has to do with the shadow. And the shadow, sometimes it's toxic, but it's more so because of the approach we're taking to it, because it's coming from our unconscious. Like the shadow is the unconscious. It's what we don't see about ourselves. So then it kind of wreaks havoc in the shadow. It's just because we haven't brought consciousness there yet and integrated it. But you're seeing something now. And I think it might be that you are like, maybe I'm scared of commitment because I'm scared that I can't commit to something forever, that I'll get bored, that I will not be able to stay loyal, you know? Sometimes I think that we change so rapidly. It's like it's hard to stay true to myself, let alone somebody else, like to just hold it down in a consistent kind of way with just me. So who's going to be able to flow with me that way? But there are people like other mutable signs, other Geminis, and not even just those, just people that are aligned with you or that maybe aren't exactly like you but respect your way of doing things. Yeah. But you're seeing where you've kind of created some resistance and difficulties for yourself, where maybe you cut something off because you weren't exactly seeing the whole picture or having a higher perspective, and your own disappointment and the lack of your emotions shifting even after you cut this out is drawing your awareness to something that it's like you are you're the unchanging component, right? In these situations, you're the common denominator. So now you're using your own intelligence to look at yourself and be like, okay, well, what is the theme then? What is the pattern or the conditioning that I'm carrying to all of these things so that I can stop repeating this cycle and I can have something that I really want without sacrificing the way that I am? But you need to kind of look at it a little more clearly to understand these things. So that's what you're doing now. Okay, what you don't see coming. The Queen of Coins, the Nine of Swords in reverse, and the Six of Wands in reverse. You're going to start just feeling good. Once you recognize something about yourself, your mind opens and it feels so nice because it feels like there's been static and some level of like unease. And it's because you've been undecided about something. The closure of something, the release of something. Now you're making up your mind about it. And it's like some of you're not anxious about something that didn't work anymore because you're seeing what was tying you to it. And so you don't feel all wrapped up and entangled with it anymore. Because by liberating yourself on a personal level, you're also able to liberate yourself from your attachment to something else or someone else. And you're gaining confidence, or you're pulling your energy back from a situation that was causing you mental unrest. Because there's something about some closure that wasn't sitting well with you. But for others of you, I want to see what action you're taking. Like, I see you feeling really good about yourself here. You're not in your own head. You're in your body. You're taking care of yourself. You feel really solid and grounded and good. But then you're also feeling okay with this Six of Wands in reverse. You're not anxious about something, again, that did not work or that didn't recognize you. Somewhere where there wasn't a success, or something didn't go initially the way that you had desired or planned it to, and that was not sitting well with you. You're resolving that. You're reconciling that within yourself. You're closing out a big cycle. But I want to know if that's like completely, like you're like, well, I missed that opportunity. I lost that opportunity. I'm okay with that. Because maybe you're seeing the past clearly now that you see something about yourself clearly. Yeah, you're seeing the truth. And it's allowing you to pick a path. But I think you're also seeing how somebody else had picked a path. For some of you, you don't feel bad about something not working because you're seeing, now that you're seeing yourself clearly, you're able to see someone else clearly. And you're like, okay, this is the part where I was toxic, but that was all them, And you're seeing specifically how someone is choosing a path of not being in their sacred masculine energy and being in the King of Coins in reverse instead, which is an energy of laziness, selfishness, entitlement, the need to play, like to have control, to micromanage everybody else, power struggle, very tyrant-y energy. Stubborn, I do it my way energy. For some of you, yeah, you're seeing the past clearly. You're able to be honest with yourself about it. And you are seeing the good in it. You're seeing the divine, like the cosmic seed is an extra card in this deck, and it literally talks about source energy. So you're seeing how this still served a purpose because it pushed you into your own emotional development, your own unconditional love for yourself, and an internal state of peace and harmony that you never had before. It's like, I think one of the realizations that you're having that you don't see clearly that is going to alleviate some anxiety for you is that you are your own internal state of security, balance, and stability, and temperance, and harmony. You don't need to invest into something else to give that to you. Because I think part of the reason why you might be afraid of commitment and stability is you're afraid that it might be ripped away from you. It's like you're afraid of having that and then being abandoned, rejected, thrown into a state of chaos or uncertainty suddenly. It's like just feeling safe and then something's ripped away from you. But now you're realizing that you've created balance and harmony within yourself that is allowing you you're just carrying it with yourself, so you don't need to be worried about that. But you might be seeing how is this person not, well, what should I ask about this? Sacred masculine in reverse. That's someone outside. It's the person you ended something with, or something ended with, a cycle ended. I haven't used any oracle cards to clarify for you guys yet. Let's do that. But your advice is the Six of Cups and the Seven of Swords in reverse. This is literally be honest with yourself about the past. Do not deceive yourself about the past. There's something that's important about that. They want you to be really real with yourself. It's like, as long as you're here looking at things clearly, admit the truth about this. And it doesn't need to be bad. The truth does not need to be bad. The truth could be, I love that person, they loved me, but it just didn't work out. It was bad timing, or you met me at a very mentally unstable time in my life. It could be anything. It doesn't have to be that serious. Or it could be like, I was not seeing that this person was toxic as hell, selfish, and maybe even borderline abusive, and I almost got myself into a not great situation. And then you're like very at peace. You're more at peace with this ending that you've been kind of like wrestling with. It hasn't been sitting well with you. Let me pull a couple oracle cards here just to further clarify a little before I let you go. I just want to clarify the Seven of Swords in reverse, first of all. Like, what is the honest truth about the past? For Gemini to accept. You're not seeing this clarity coming, though. Splitting apart and development in reverse. Yeah. Something was never meant to last. It was always meant to break. It wasn't actually as stable as it seemed. But I think that showed you, it's like something in the past presented as being stable and secure. This could be someone that even like was I had narcissistic qualities, and it's like they may have come in kind of like hot and heavy love bomby a little bit, and promised you the world, been like, I want to marry you, I want to have a family with you, I want to commit to you, but they didn't show up that way at all. Like, they were very unstable and did not bring that to the table. And they were actively choosing that path, right? To not step into their divine masculine energy, whether it was a man or a woman, doesn't matter. And so I think you're seeing that, like, This situation, how can I put this into words that make sense? It's like it came in to have you address this whole thing or realize this whole thing about security and commitment. But it's almost like it came in the form of something that did offer you that, but then never gave it to you, but you never got fully into it enough to be like deeply disappointed, just enough for it to show you what it needed to show you. And what you learned is that you don't actually need to be afraid of what you were afraid of anymore, because you are carrying that stability within you. So nothing can take it, no external circumstances, right? So you don't need to be afraid of committing because you're afraid of abandonment, because it's like you're not going to abandon yourself, though. So you'll be okay no matter what. And something about the situation that you cut out was meant to show you that, but not last. Because the truth, the Seven of Swords in reverse, is splitting apart. Impermanence, collapse, deterioration, separation, let go, surrender, eliminate the old, and death. Something was always meant to split apart. Why? Because it wasn't developing. It was not making progress. Not even slowly but surely. And it's because something was not adaptable. It wasn't mutable. It wasn't modest. Right? It had a lot of pretension. It wasn't sincere or respectable. It wasn't simple or humble. And it's because it had not mastered itself. The divine masculine in reverse, right? And it's not doing the work to do that currently. It might be very enthusiastic, and maybe this isn't narcissistic. Maybe this is a good person, right? They're just not doing the work. They could be extremely enthusiastic, but not reliable, not responsible, not really serious. Like they get inspired and they express themselves almost in like a reckless kind of way, or without, like it's impulsive. They don't think things through. Because they usually receive a positive approach or the approach they want from doing things that way, just kind of throwing their whole selves into things, but they're chaotic. They don't have inner harmony. They're not balanced. They're not working on themselves. They're not having this realization. So this is about you. They're just kind of charismatic, you know? But they're not really contemplative over their life and the growth that they still have to do, at least not at this point in time. So it's nothing against this person, but whatever it is, it was always meant to split apart. And that's the truth that you're meant to be honest about, I feel like. So what are Geminis? I'm going to leave this on what are your current feelings for this situation, but I see you just mostly being at peace about it. And I'm going to ask what its feelings are about you as well. But I'm seeing that it was meant to break apart, at least in the form that it was in, right? You would be okay with coming together with this person, but it feels like in a friendly way, but you're not going to hold it together. You don't feel like this person is dangerous. You feel like they really need some self-awareness. They need to correct their behavior. They need to act more responsibly. They need to take a softer approach, more of a moderation. You see them as not having their inner truth pinned down and being oppressed and restricted because they are limiting themselves, because they're not making progress. They're just doing whatever they're told to do loyally, or they're just cooperating with the things that are within their own comfort zone, but they're not resolute or determined to be inspired outside of that, to be devoted to something outside of that, to have something illuminated that will help them develop, you know? They're not enthusiastic about that. They want to just do the same thing that they've always done. They don't see any problem with that. But I feel like you're not in direct opposition against this person, but you also don't see them as having a trusting nature necessarily. You don't really see them as being open-hearted or connected to what they want. And it's not spontaneity, it's recklessness. So you don't really see this person as being prosperous or someone that you want to like really attach yourself and pin yourself down to, because they are limiting themselves, and attaching yourself to them would limit you by extension if they're not doing the work, right? How does this person feel about Gemini or perceived Gemini currently? I'm not sure it matters, but we'll see. Wow. A lot. There's a lot. They see you doing the work. They see you accepting yourself, balancing yourself out, being gentle and patient with yourself, being in a serene state, gaining deeper understanding. Because you've been doing this in the open in some sort of way, so maybe through your social media you've been sharing, but they see you as the receptive, which is the yin, it's the Empress, devoted, patient, supportive, obedient, responsive, intuitive, earthy, and mother. And then turning point, the start of a new cycle, regeneration, inevitability, and steady improvements. And then youthful folly, impulsiveness, immaturity, ignorance, learning, impatience, and reckless behavior. So maybe before you and this person were a little bit more on the same page, there could have been a part of you that was a little bit more reckless or triggered before you really looked at yourself here. You could have been acting a little bit more impulsively as well. This person is seeing you as having you've passed a turning point. Past the point of no return. You've started a new cycle. You are more abundant and certain of yourself and your true nature. They see you shining. Yeah. But I think that they feel like they're not aligned with you in that. And in their current state, they're not wrong. So I don't see this person approaching. But I don't see any ill energy between the two of you. I see that you're reconciling the confusion you did have. And again, you see this person as being kind of harmless, but not aligned with what you want or can offer at this time. And they're making the choice. So, yeah. Feels like you guys are seeing each other really clearly. Okay. We're going to move on to Cancer. I'm going to run upstairs and grab a coffee really quickly and come back. Wanting to be used, this oracle deck. I'll be back in like 3 minutes, okay? Just give me a moment, my loves. I'm eating a really juicy strawberry. Give me 1 second. That slurp was really loud. I'm sorry. Rude of me. That was delicious. All right. My mom owns like a bake shop and cafe, and she dropped off a dirty chai. Dirty, just the way I like it. Extra dirty and iced. I was like, oh, there is a God, and he blesses you. Magnificent woman. All right. Cancer. Let's get into it. Let's get into Cancer. Let me see. I have to move this over so I can see what this is. What is Cancer not seeing coming that you want to highlight, Spirit? Let's clear all previous energies. I feel like there's been a common thread between like the first 3 signs a little bit. Not exactly, but there's been like a shared energy or a common energy that I felt. So show me what Cancer doesn't see coming. Oh, the deck almost fell, but it didn't. Okay. Who do you think you are? A Scorpio? Okay. Okay. Just need to check a few things quickly. Okay, let me see an oracle card for what Cancer doesn't see coming, please. Just gonna grab 2 oracle cards and then we'll timestamp and get down to it. It's trippy energy for you. Okay. Interesting energy. Hello, Cancer. Imagine meeting you here. How are my sweet little crabby cakes doing? I hope you're so very well. All right. There's something here that you are most definitely uncovering with like the zeal of a Scorpio. You're seeking the truth, and it's like, seek and you shall find. Something is being revealed to you for sure, but there are so many elements in here of like truth seeking in the whole reading. So it's interesting. I don't know if what you don't see coming is so far out of your range of of what you expect, because you're seeking the truth about something like very actively. So I don't really know if right now maybe you don't expect to actually find a clear truth to what you are seeking. But we're going to find out what that's all about, because that's kind of interesting. But they're telling me that your current energy is the High Priestess in reverse, and it's clarified by the Full Moon card, which is really funny because the High Priestess card in the tarot is the card associated with the moon. And then we got the Full Moon card clarifying it. But the High Priestess in reverse it can be about sharing a secret or uncovering a secret, something being revealed to you, but in a very blatant way, not just an intuitive way, but something being shared with you in an undeniable way. And the full moon is also about revelation. It's about something coming to light. So I feel like something is very much coming to light right now, and it's kind of coming in like a bitch slap of reality. And I don't think that it's negative necessarily, but it seems to be kind of hitting you very quickly. Are you going to tell me? Can you tell me what this is about, Spirit? Or is it kind of different for everyone? Can you tell me more specifics about what is being revealed? They're just like, something's being revealed, and it's being revealed. And I'm like, thanks. I get that it's being revealed. It's like when you're telling your tarot cards, okay, I'm in a situation, and then the cards are like, I see that you're in a situation. And you're like, I'm just gonna go to bed, fuck it. It be like that sometimes. Okay, now you got the sun clarifying. So you have two cards of the moon and then the sun. But it's interesting because this is like maybe the moon going down with it being in reverse and the sun coming up. So again, they're just telling me that a period of haziness is essentially ending, but you're not going to be mad at what you find out. You're not going to be angry about it. It's the sun. It's going to overall feel like warmth and relief. And I think that this is in an area where you were not expecting to find relief. It's almost like you weren't seeing the truth because you were expecting the worst, is kind of what I'm getting here. Because what you're focused on is the Ace of Swords in reverse it came out with relief in reverse. So you're focused on a truth that you weren't seeing, or a lie that you're recognizing, and it's that there is no relief. So in other words, you were kind of seeing something as hopeless, but what's being revealed is quite positive about the situation. And you may have been seeking answers, or I'm getting that some of you have been asking for clarity, like asking the universe. You've been praying, you've been asking your guides, you've been doing magic for some of you, not to manifest a particular person or outcome, but to manifest truth, to manifest clarity that will set you free in a situation that you've been struggling with. And you're getting it. You're getting that. It's showing me that this is current, though. This is your energy and what you're currently focused on. It's like you're starting to have more hope where you thought there was no opportunity. You're starting to have more hope that you can manifest. And I think it's because you've healed something, an insecurity, maybe. So you could have become aware of an insecurity and then healed it. And now you're seeing how, because you were insecure about something, you were seeing a certain situation as being hopeless. Like you were insecure about your own worth, let's say, and then you were hopeless about ever finding a romantic partner that would love you the way that you love. But it's because you weren't seeing yourself clearly, and you were manifesting maybe from a place of insecurity. So you could have been Oof. You could have been in a cycle or a pattern of manifesting in people that were just mirroring or reflecting your insecurities and wounds back at you, which is a very painful cycle to be at. And it could have felt like you were stuck at the crossroads of that for a very long time, manifesting things that didn't work, things that you had to just keep on healing from. And relief is coming. You're healing. You're out of that cycle now. We love it because it feels like that's heavy. It's been heavy. So what you don't see coming. Woo. Okay. What you don't see coming. Okay. Is the 9 of Cups in reverse, the Hermit, and the Tower in reverse. It's clarified by this oracle card, time. It's a number 5 because it's 41. And I'm feeling like, because 5 is about change, as a, like, numerologically speaking, is that a word, numerologically? But it's like all things change in time. Just give it enough time. Change is the only constant. So yeah, there's something you weren't expecting. What you don't see coming is a reflection of a shift that you didn't really expect to happen. It's like you were seeing something one way, like a lost opportunity, a missed opportunity, but now the universe is clarifying something with you. It's like when it's real love, it doesn't require defensiveness at all. You can just be vulnerable and you. Something that you're breaking away from has been anxiety inducing and a little bit manipulative and toxic maybe. And it's why you were protected from leaping more fully out into something. So I feel like there's something you were seeing as a missed opportunity. Nate, no, yeah, she hooks me up with free stuff and it's amazing. Even when I go in, I'm like, yes, I will have all of the espresso, please. That's my espresso. That's my espresso. But yeah, dirty chais are my shit though. That's I'm like 95% dirty chai at all times internally. This is a cycle that you hadn't closed out yet. And something is not moving, or you didn't feel like something was moving. You may have felt very out of your comfort zone, very non-energized even, or like a lot of energy was going towards something here that you weren't seeing clearly. And that's why I see you actively, you've been seeking this truth, you've been asking. And it's taken some time, but again, your perspective is shifting given time. Given enough time, the moon will always go down and the sun will always rise, and that's what's happening. It just took like a phase. But they're telling me that something you were seeing as a missed opportunity was actually protection from a difficult truth about that situation. That you're a healer, and because of that, your path is quite karmic. Not because you have built up a lot of negative karma, but because you work through karma to gain knowledge, spiritual knowledge as a healer. You've gone through a phase where you've integrated a lot of wisdom and you've suffered for that wisdom. Let's just be real. Healers suffer for the wisdom that they learn. That is how do healers know how to heal? They get hurt and they have to heal themselves, right? Very few people are just born like understanding all of this stuff. It's trial and error. It's time and self-reflection. Specifically on what works, what helps you avoid things that you'd rather avoid, although you can't avoid everything, and what does not work. What do you pour into and it doesn't feel good, what you get back. it doesn't reflect your true worth, for instance, or your true nature back at you. But you've come out of the period of suffering and you're moving into a period of flow where many good things are coming to you. And it's because you're seeing through eyes of your heart. You're seeing through the eyes of your heart. But you have been courageous enough, this feels like Cancer, to face your shadow, and now you have good fortune coming to you. Like, no shit. This is coming to you. It is divinely ordained because you've done the transformation. You've gone through the cycles here that you needed to go through to gain this wisdom. So, let me see. I want to clarify this a little bit, though, what you don't see coming. I feel like there's more here to unpack. But this is you shining a light on, like, there's something that you haven't been happy with. It hasn't been, you haven't been in a state of ease, internal ease, and at rest about something with this 9 of Cups in reverse. So you went within. This is Virgo energy. You also have Leo here on the table. You went within to investigate that. You were seeking the answer. The Hermit seeks the answers, but knows that he has them within himself. So he goes inwards. This is actually what you don't see coming, though, is that through that process, you avoided something. You were protected from something by that divine process that you put yourself in. What's the Tower in reverse? The Emperor in reverse. There's some fuckery on the horizon. I'm not gonna lie. A little bit. Well, maybe not fuckery, but something that has been fuckery historically speaking is on the horizon. It may not be in that state anymore. Time may have also done wonders for this person. Especially if they have Virgo or Aries or Leo strongly in their chart. But take it how it resonates for you if and when this person comes back around. But there is something that's going to be coming towards you that you don't expect. And it's because you're looking in the opposite direction. You're looking inside of yourself. You're going to be busy looking at what has not worked for you and how time has maybe shifted your perspective of what you want and what actually fulfills you. And because you're so focused on letting time do its thing, you're just kind of in your flow, you're in your element, you're internal, you're, it's kind of Cancerian. You're in your shell. You're exploring yourself. You're happy to be there. You're not, you don't get lonely when you're alone. That's not really a Cancerian thing. You tend to really like your time to yourself, and most of you are quite introverted, or at least you can be. You can have your moments when needed. But there's something in the past here that it not coming together was a protective thing. But it's like it's coming back in now. What have they let go of? The past. They've let go of the past. This is someone who was holding on to the past, in the past with you. They were holding on to their further back past. And they've released something. They've let go of something that was actively keeping them stuck in the past, and they're choosing a path. I feel like in the past they were indecisive, and it's because they still had one foot in the past There was time needed here for both of you. So what is this person, what energy is this person coming towards Cancer in now? I want to see what their feelings and their intentions are towards you. Just to see if they have, you know, I am blessed. Let's see. Okay, this Emperor in reverse, that Cancer was somewhat like protected from something not moving forwards. This person that's coming in unexpectedly in time. How do they feel about Cancer when they come back approaching? What are their feelings for Cancer? Their genuine, authentic feelings for Cancer when they come back towards them. What are their intentions? No. No. Like, I don't know. Exactly what is up with this person, but it's like, it's telling me that in the past this person was indecisive, right? And now they're coming back towards you, and I asked how they feel about you, and literally it's the Two of Pentacles, which is indecision still. So they've let go of something from the past, but they're still coming back towards you just the same way that they were before. It's just for, I feel like, a different reason maybe now. Before, I think it was based on the past. Now I'm not entirely sure why. I'm going to clarify that a little bit more. But I said, what is their intentions? And it's the Knight of Pentacles in reverse. It's like to not go anywhere. To stall, to be stagnant. Justice in reverse. Why are their feelings the Two of Pentacles? Is this person, do they have other options? If this is romantic? No. They don't have other options. They just don't. They're not really hopeful because they're still healing. They want to take things like redonkulously slow, or else they're coming in to have a conversation with you, but not actually. They might be coming in to share what time has shown them, but they're not necessarily coming in with the intention of offering an open heart to you or trying to move forwards with you. It feels like they want to have a conversation. So maybe where you have gained understanding of the situation, they also have, or they want to. It feels more like this person's coming in with the intention of talking, but they're still undecided, and maybe that is why they're coming in. But they're like, I'm not moving anywhere until I have some answers because I am still unsure. And it feels like they're unsure what is meant for them and what is not. They've released some grief. They've also released some lack. This person has reached some state of temperance, and they were not there in the past. So I don't see this being negative, but they are coming in seeking answers as well. What exactly do they want an answer to? What do they need? What are they seeking clarity surrounding here with Cancer? What are they not sure about? The Page of Pentacles. If something has shifted, if something can shift, if you've worked through the pain and stuff that you were working through, if you've had the realizations that you have had that brought you into a more abundant and secure state within yourself, which you have, I think that you guys both went through a transformation and you've realized things about yourself and found a state of harmony or temperance. That doesn't necessarily mean that you're meant to open up and move forwards with this person, but I see them approaching you and wanting to know where you're at now. And they do want to know if there's an opportunity that is actually based on hope, though. Like something that actually could be fruitful, because it feels like in the past maybe there was a lot of fear and anxiety that prevented emotional closeness from happening or emotional fulfillment from happening. For some of you, this is a family member that you've been somewhat, I don't want to say estranged, but you've been distant from them. It's because there was some form of injustice. Something needed to change. Someone's erratic behavior, or someone did not know what they wanted. It's like imbalanced masculine energy, not able to take the lead, not able to commit, because they weren't owning their own shit, but they have owned their own shit, just the way that you have. They've been through some sort of quite spiritual thing here. And it's given them a lot of answers about where they stand. They're coming in because they need to know where you stand and what growth you've gone through, the work that you've put in to the places where you were the problem maybe. And they are they want to know what work you've put in and if there could be hope here, if they should keep pushing through. They are still invested, even though they don't have a lot of faith, because things have not been reciprocal in terms of they feel like vulnerability between the two of you in the past. They feel that you were also insecure and didn't know exactly what you wanted, or maybe you thought you did, but you weren't fully committed to it because you didn't really believe it was possible or something like that. Kind of feels like the two of you are more alike than you are different, but there needs to be communication, because it's almost like you're both learning the same lessons, but by very different means, almost means that will, you're each learning in a way that is unique and specific to you, so that this is very much spirit. Like, this is how spirit works with us each individually. They talk in the language that you're going to understand. So spirit has been talking to both of you in your respective languages. Now they're wanting to come together and have a conversation about that. Where is your commitment? Where does your investment lie? The Five of Swords, though, is your advice. So I'm seeing this as being more about focusing on solutions than the mistakes that you've made in the past, right? You can use the mistakes, the knowledge that you gained from that experience to create the solution, but only use that or tap into that as like a jumping off pad into the solution. Don't fixate on the mistake, because then I feel like you're going to get pulled into some sort of uncooperative, combative, maybe triggered kind of energy with this person that you could have had in the past, and you're not going to get anywhere communicating that way. So it's like, don't repeat the mistakes of the past. There needs to be an openness and a vulnerability rather than being in your egos, okay? Because here, when you were in your ego, your heart was shut down. Here you can be practical but still emotionally vulnerable and intimate with someone. It feels like you both know how you feel now. The thing is, well, I don't know. You may have moved on from this person, Cancer. Some of you have. Some of you, what you know emotionally is that you don't feel like there are resolvable differences between you and this person. And maybe you can be open-minded and have a conversation with them. Maybe that is based on how they were showing up previously and you haven't seen this new, because you're not even expecting them coming in, and you definitely don't see the work that they've done behind the scenes. But it almost feels like your hidden truth is that you aren't really pushing forwards in their direction right now. You stopped looking for them on the horizon. You're moving away from the past, and you feel good doing so because the past put you at conflict, in a state of conflict in some way. But they still are giving you the advice to be aware of these cycles that you've already been through that weren't helpful with this person, specifically in the way that you communicate and express yourself with them. Because I think there is still something that can be brought to light or revealed that is helpful to both of you, even if you don't end up coming back together. But if you have an open mind, you know, you might end up feeling differently about coming back together with this person. Who knows? I think it'll be different for all of you. There's also, though, I feel like it's just, there's going to be closure either way. Yeah. So that's what I have for you, Cancer. We're moving on to Leo. But yeah, I see you having an opportunity to gain some closure, or to give some closure, and you're going to be more at peace, even if you don't end up picking a certain path with somebody. There's still healing that can happen there if you're open, receptive, if you listen just as much as you speak, if you keep an open mind, if you don't slip back into triggered combative patterns, you know? All right, let's see. Step into yourself, Tarot. What's up? Collabs, yeah. I'm always open. Well, I've only done like a couple collabs, and that's with my friend Alan from the Unknown Truth Tarot. I don't know if you guys watch his channel at all, but he's a really good friend of mine. We have been friends for years, and I'm actually he said that we talked before he had a channel. We were friends before he had a channel, and he was like, you inspired me to start a channel, because I told him that he should. And he learned tarot, he started a channel, and his channel is very successful. It's awesome. So we're just starting Leo right now, Leo girl. Yeah, reach out, leave me a comment, or I don't know if my email address is down below in the info box, but if you leave me a comment, I'll give you a way to connect with me. All right. Leo, my little lions. My brave-hearted lions. All right. Let's see what's up. Leo, I feel is Mars back in your sign? I think Mars is in Leo right now. Your energy feels really nice. It feels very, it just feels like you. It feels warm. It feels heart-centered. It feels assured, but not cocky. It feels good. Am I really bright? Should I turn this down a little bit? My screen was turned down so much that I couldn't see how bright I was. True. I think we could turn that down a couple notches. It's a little intense. Your energy feels nice, though. I'm not saying everything's perfect, but you feel like yourself, which is always good, always a blessing. All right, Leo. What does Leo not see coming, Spirit? What do you want me to highlight for them? An anxious rut. Oh no. Well, maybe this feeling that I'm feeling is what you don't see coming in the near future. I'm not sure. Maybe that's what I'm tapping into. Maybe it's not how you feel now. Let's see, though. Let's see what comes out in the cards. Okay. All right. That's too many though. And that's, yeah, that's a lot. And it's a lot. 4, 5, 6. Yeah, 10 cards fell out. So I only need 6. So I'm going to put those back. I feel like you're making decisions about your happiness though and your security right now. You're trying to come out of a rut. It feels like an emotional rut because of the cups here. But this rut could have been, it could have made you act a little bit, good night, beloved. It could have made you act a little bit impulsively. Let me just do your timestamp now because we're talking now. Hi, Leo, my brave-hearted beauties. I hope you're doing well. Okay, we're just pulling your cards, but some messages were sort of starting to come through. So let's see what's going on for Leo that they don't see coming. I feel like you're making decisions. I was saying before the timestamp, if you want to go back a little bit before, there's some things that were coming through. But I feel as though you're making decisions. Yeah, you're making decisions around your highest and best good. What is adding to your stability and your overall happiness? What is adding to your mental unease, your anxiety, your restlessness? Because it's like there's a lot of energy right now available to you. And where you point that is... it makes a big difference. The direction that you point that in is going to be super important. So let's just see what's coming out here. Okay. Oh my. Okay. Let's use this oracle deck. Okay, tell me here, what is Leo doing with that energy? Okay. Okay, can you clarify this as well? Okay. And then one more for that. Okay. All right, I see what's happening here. So it's saying that you're in the energy of the Magician, and then you are focused currently on the Two of Swords in reverse. So there's a choice that has been made, and you are currently in an energy of manifesting. You have a lot of power. You have a lot of energy, like I was saying before. So to manifest, right? But it's like this is a teaching moment for you in some sort of way is what I'm seeing, Leo. There's something about this moment and the power that you have and the potential to create that is a teaching moment. And I'm not saying it doesn't feel like a lesson though necessarily in terms of like something you have to experience pain to learn the lesson. It just feels like you having this perspective that you hold the power to create whatever you want and truly desire and deserve is teaching you something. So it's more of an empowering, it's almost more of a self-guided lesson. I don't know. There's an opportunity to learn something. And it's because you made a choice that you're looking at. I want to know how you feel about the choice. How does Leo feel about this Two of Swords in reverse as they're looking at it? Because that's where your focus is currently. It's on this choice. The Moon. You don't really know completely how you feel. Something didn't get off the ground enough to really know how you feel, and it feels like you haven't had... Either something didn't get off the ground enough to know how you feel, or someone acted foolishly, or you did in some way. And I feel like it wasn't really a reflection necessarily of like someone being a bad person. But it did cause some like unrest and something to not push forwards. So it's almost one of those things where you're like, I'd have to experience more to truly know how I feel about this, but there hasn't been conversation or something like that. So then why is Leo looking at this not this conversation? Maybe you're looking at a specific conversation. Okay. Because yeah, there's something you don't know. There's something that's unclear. You feel like there's a lack of truth. Something is hidden or unclear to you, and you're observing a decision made so that you can glean more information from that. I feel like it has to do with this teaching, like you're learning something from it. But again, it's not really the universe teaching you, it's you guiding yourself. It's one of those like self-guided courses that you can do where they just give you all of everything you'll need for the course, and you have to move your own self through it or something like that. You're doing this by choice. It's not being forced on you. This is something you genuinely are seeking more clarity surrounding. So what you don't see coming is the Tower, the Five of, the Five of Coins in reverse, and the Six of Wands in reverse with this New Beginnings card. It's interesting. I feel like another reason you don't really know, there's something you don't know how you feel, right? And you made a choice, I feel like, based on your self-worth, your value, the respect that you have for yourself, right? You made a decision, you acted in accordance with your own belief of what you are worth. So you may have stood up for yourself in some way, something like that. You maybe held a healthy boundary, but there's also something that is not totally complete. And I feel like there is communication or energy moving in this cycle that hasn't totally closed out yet. So I don't know if that is coming in to close out the cycle so that you can have a new beginning with something else, or if that's coming in to close out a past cycle so that you can have a new beginning with it. But let's clarify a little bit. Whatever it is, you are really not expecting it. This could be something where like, it almost feels like this. You feel like you're the person that's more in the wrong in a situation. Like, even though you're like, this is why you're kind of back and forth about how you feel about something, because you're looking at it from all angles. But I can feel how you're like perceiving it. And you're like, on one hand, I don't regret the choice that I made because I was just acting in accordance with my own worth. And I was respecting myself, and my energy. I was honoring my energy in whatever I did. But on the other hand, you're like, maybe my actions hurt someone. Maybe my actions caused a rift. Maybe my actions weren't completely clear so that the intention was skewed and the other person was confused, or there was a misunderstanding that wasn't helpful. How can I learn from this so that I can manifest something different, something more clear in the future? In my interactions, engagements, communication, manifestations, whatever it is. This could be, you feel like you're more in the bad, you're more like you were more out of line, or you were the one that hurt someone maybe. This would be like that person coming around to apologize to you. right? So it's something coming in from out of the cold that wants to make amends where there was a lack of success, or you've been feeling deflated, like someone didn't really recognize you, see you clearly. It feels like something just missed its mark here and landed out in the cold rather than hitting the bullseye. But now it would be like that person coming back and you're sitting here feeling like, what do I do about this? It's my responsibility. And then meanwhile, this other person comes in and it's just, you're not expecting it. They are like offering a new beginning, and they might be like, I see where you're coming. I see where you were actually coming from. Like they may be more graceful or understanding and you're just not expecting that. It feels more that you're not expecting it though, not because you think that they are a bad person, but because there's something about the insight that this person's coming back with that is not something that they normally invest a lot of time and energy into, like to really reconciling things within them, I guess, or maybe to even reconciling external like conflict. It could be kind of against this person's nature, or you haven't seen them really act in a way where they take accountability. So this is something new to you that you're seeing in this person, is what that feels like. You're not necessarily expecting that. What's up, Spectral Spec? Hello, my love. Hi, Kelly. Did you just get back from Unknown Truths, Tarot? Tell him I say, what's up? We were actually supposed to do a collaboration, but he was really busy, so we ended up putting it off. Okay. Let me see. What do I want to clarify here? I don't really want to clarify what you don't see coming. I feel like that's it's quite straightforward. But your advice is the Knight of Cups in reverse with this card, Ancient Wisdom. And I do feel like there's a lot to unpack here, or there's more to unpack here. So this is what I'm going to focus on. Ancient Wisdom with the Knight of Cups in reverse. First of all, is that Knight of Cups in reverse, is that Leo? No. It's the person that wants to come in and make amends. This is the after tarot, so it shows the scenes like after the original Rider-Waite. So in this one, it's the Two of Cups. They're embracing each other, and here the Three of Pentacles is they're complete. The collaboration is complete. They've built some masterpiece. They've come together, they've cooperated, and they've created something beautiful together. There's something that you're recognizing here in another person. I think that you're actually able to... What's this Ancient Wisdom surrounding? Healing energy. Wow, that feels powerful. And struggle just came flying out. Notice how there's a bend, like a crease in this card too. At one point that must have gotten bent. Feels kind of like you've been through it with this person. Maybe even in past lives. It's almost like this lesson that you're learning right now, you've been learning this for a while. A while as in maybe lifetimes. And it's something you've been healing over a time span. This could be someone you have past lives with, or you have a soul contract with, for sure. I'm seeing that for sure. The contract thing, whether it's past life or not, there's something about you and this person. You're uncovering some sort of ancient healing wisdom through your experience with one another specifically. And I think it's that Temperance, the Seven of Pentacles in reverse, and the World. Something couldn't move until something old was fleshed out or acknowledged. It's like there was a lack of balance and harmony in something, not necessarily because it was personal, between you and someone else, but because other forces were at play, it could have been you were working out some karma, or you were breaking through like ancestral karma or generational karma, but there was an imbalanced state, and it was coming from there not being the investment in the closing of something karmic. So maybe in the past, things between the two of you were very difficult, like in this lifetime. Maybe you both kind of showed up in an emotionally unavailable state or not trusting. And I feel like that's because there was a cycle that needed to be closed out, and it was maybe past life, but it was definitely karmic with the world. This is Saturnian energy. It wanted to be closed out so that there could be a huge new beginning, and that is going to come crashing in. And it's going to feel very good because it's coming in to replace feeling out in the cold and not successful, not recognized. There could have been something that you put a lot of work into, maybe even this connection, and it still was like a dumpster fire, you know? Even though you genuinely cared about each other, or you were trying to build something, you were trying to cooperate, it's like something still didn't work. You're realizing that temperance was not achievable between the two of you in the past because there was a cycle that needed to be closed out and healed, or closed out through healing. And the investment was not focused on that goal in the past between you and this person. So it's almost like if you still want to be in this person's life, it's like you guys had some prerequisite work that you needed to do that was karmic, is what that feels like. There's some stuff you needed to cleanse out, and there was kind of no way in hell that you were going to see each other or the situation clearly before that was fleshed out, because it was coming up from your subconscious. It was triggering fear. It was triggering doubt. It was triggering limiting beliefs and untrue beliefs, like old outgrown narratives. This connection, even if it wasn't with like a lover, whoever it was with, it was always meant to trigger those things so that you could resolve them. And it wasn't personal, even though it probably felt extremely personal. But things between you and someone they were a little bit rocky at one point, and that was meant to happen. So try not to be hard on yourself. That imbalance or that tension between you was there for a reason. It was supposed to draw your awareness to something, and it did. So now allow your awareness to land on a greater understanding surrounding this healing energy. I think if the two of you choose to either individually or together focus on reconciling the imbalances or where there's a lack of moderation between you, there can be something beautiful built from a cooperative, mutually giving and peaceful place, I feel like. But it's only once this wisdom has been, like, once you've realized and integrated this wisdom, then that's possible. So yeah, that's what I see. I see communication from this person coming in, and it is as you're learning this lesson, as you're teaching yourself something, and it feels like you haven't moved because you're kind of getting into your sovereign energy and deciding what you want. You're clearing things up. You're maybe creating closure for yourself or reconciling things within yourself. But you didn't feel completely happy or at peace, or like there was a lot of hope surrounding the situation the way you left it. So you kind of just let it go. And it's one of those things where you were almost like, if I let it go and it returns to me, then it was meant to come back, you know, and it does come back. And that, as whatever, as lame or cliche as that is how the universe works. You know, things can only come, manifestations can only come to you when you release them. And you can release things without expectation, but hoping for the best. And oftentimes when you do that, those things do come to you, whether it's in the exact form that you asked for it or not, because that is kind of how the universe works. So that's what I'm seeing for you, Leo. Looks pretty beautiful. There's something here as well where you are developing psychically too. You and this person might have like a telepathic connection. But yeah, you're sort of seeing how the past, present, and future all sort of mix together. There might be something though where you do see that this person's connection with you, it in this life, it does represent a struggle, and that it's just not divine timing maybe. So you and this person could be on different, you could be at different places in your healing journey, but you were always meant to come together to, you know, essentially be a catalyst for one another, or to point each other in the direction that you were meant to look here. So yeah, that is what I see coming in that you do not expect, Leo. So we're going to move on to Virgo. Okay. I'm going to try to keep these more around 20 minutes each. That's always my intention. Okay. Virgo. Let's see. What's going on with my Virgo babes? Let's clear all previous energies. Let's tune into Virgo. What does Virgo need to know? What does Virgo not see coming that you would like me to highlight? When I went upstairs, I made myself a coffee because I did not know about the iced chai, the iced dirty chai. Now I have 2 caffeinated beverages, but I'm drinking the hot one first because I'm like, I'm gonna want all the caffeine, and that one's gonna get cold, and it's not meant to be cold. So just another pretty face, guys. All right. Okay, let's get 6 cards for Virgo. What don't they see coming? Okay. Virgo Sun, Moon, and North Node. Damn. You're welcome, Leo girl. Okay, so you're just being a Virgo, huh? I'm just kidding. Oh, wow. Okay. Oh, okay. Well, you are seeing it. Hmm. Hmm. How do I like my coffee? Well, I'm drinking it black right now. I do like it black. It's quite dark here, as you can see. I'm crazy like that, you know, with my coffee. I like it hardcore. Hardcore. Like me. No, just kidding. Really the biggest softie in the world. Let's see though. This looks pretty interesting. Virgo. There's something, okay, hold on. Like your soul, like my soul, I'm not kidding. Lots of Scorpio energy, guys. Let's see. I'm gonna not clarify. I'm gonna put down the, why do I keep saying things that I'm not meaning to say? Is that just because I'm tired? Or is that because I'm like channeling? That's weird. It normally does not happen to me. But I'm going to timestamp. Okay. Hi, Virgo. Okay. I'm still going to pull your oracle cards, but some messages are starting to come through. So, it feels like, first I heard you say, I thought I had more time, or I thought I had more time. So there's something where it feels like maybe you knew that running out of time was inevitable, but you thought you had more in some way. There's also something about how unless you don't build something, or unless you build something, you will not receive it. Unless you bring yourself in from out of the cold with something, I'm getting something is just not going to fall in your lap unless you build it. You put the effort in. And I'm seeing there's like there's a home that you want to return to. And this could be signified by many different things. And currently you feel out in the cold from this home, but it's up to you to return to it, is what they're kind of saying. Like, it's not going to happen miraculously or serendipitously. It's not going to happen while you just take a breather, and it's not going to happen if you tell yourself that it's not for you. This is a voyage that you need to set out on and move towards. If you have a knowing that something is home to you, and this could be anything that you want to align yourself with, right? Anything. It could be a literal home, a place, a relationship that feels like home. It's not your literal home, right? But it could be your literal house, but it's not like you making someone a home. It's just someone feeling comfortable, someone feeling like a counterpart, or something feeling that there's a sense of belonging and being understood by something. But yeah, it is not time to just chill out, and it's not time to be in a state of internal conflict. If you don't put in the effort to correct something and regenerate something or go the distance, then you won't get it. I feel like you've been going around and round in your head about something, and like the amount of effort that it would take, or how outside of your comfort zone it is, how outside of your traditional way of doing things it is. You haven't really been able to disconnect from something that you want to leave in order to be where you really want to be. I feel like there's something you want to leave because there's a home that you have found that you want to go to, you want to return to, but you haven't yet. You've been overthinking it for some reason, and it's because you don't feel the conditions are right. There's something else you want to leave before you start co-creating, but there is something you know. You know that you're not going to get what you want by just observing. And you're not going to be happy if you miss out on a very abundant opportunity. So you feel like you feel like this is calling you to close out a cycle of maybe not going after something that you really want. There could be a pattern where you have there's been things that you wanted and you held yourself back. You didn't go for them because you got in your head and you overthought and you ended up missing opportunities in the past. And now there's something where you don't want to do the same thing, and you're feeling like you don't have that much more time. There's something that if you don't move on it, you're going to lose it. It's like the, poop or get off the pot sort of vibe. But you are still very in your head about it, which is interesting though, because you're telling me you very clearly know the truth of your heart surrounding something, and you are devoted and loyal to this from the very core of your life force energy and your heart. So heart and soul, you're connected to whatever this is. But your energy is coming out as the Four of Swords in reverse, and then your current focus is the Hanged Man. Okay. So you are in a state of mental unease, or you're overthinking or ruminating on some sort of higher perspective that you're seeing. This Hanged Man could also be someone else is, or an opportunity is in a state of suspension. And again, it's like, it's not moving. It's at peace where it is at, right? It's not going anywhere. It's just vibing. It's hanging around there. And it's like, you will need to make a move towards that. There's something about like, it is what you think it is though. It's not. This card in the upright, all that glitters is not gold. It talks about you being deceived about something. I think that whatever this situation is, you have a deep knowing about it, and it has a deep knowing about you. If it's another person, then it's like you are where the other person wants to be mutually. Your hearts feel at home with one another. You feel like family or community. And this could be a friendship or like an actual community. But for some reason, it falls outside of your norm. There's something that's making you stress out about it or overthink it. And it's because it beckons you outside of your comfort zone. It's asking you to step up into it. So it's kind of like when they say, you shouldn't fall in love, you should rise into it, because love asks you to rise into like the best version of yourself, or, you know, not perfect version of yourself, but to do the best that you can do. There's something like that here. So what you don't see coming is the 8 of Cups, the 8 of Swords in reverse, and the 4 of Wands in reverse. It's like you didn't expect something to be at peace with walking away and disconnecting emotionally. And I heard absolving their fears. Absolving. Usually that is like used to say, I've absolved my guilt surrounding something. I've like dissolved my guilt, or I've worked through so that I can release that. But this is about fear or shame. There's 2 8s here as well, so that might be significant. 8, 8. The 8 of Cups in the upright, the 8 of Swords in reverse. There's something, though, you thought you had more time before this happened, or you just didn't expect it to happen. And it's interesting because the 4 of Wands in reverse is here, but the 4 of Wands can talk about home. Specifically, a home where you feel totally free to be yourself. You feel liberated, but also safe and secure. A sense of belonging. Somewhere you can celebrate and be celebrated. Somewhere that it feels good to come back to at the end of the day. Something that you've always like dreamt and imagined and fantasized about is represented here. Yeah, I just split it to No Place Like Home again. And this is the last card of this deck. This is something that you've only imagined, but you never were at peace about it actually being able to be created, or it actually existing in real life, because you've never experienced it this way before. So this could be some form of like a relationship that doesn't feel like your parents' relationship, a family or community that does not feel like your family or community. It's very liberating though, and freeing to you. It feels good. It helps you. It's like it inspires you to rise into it. Yes, there's a challenge where you have to rise, but it's like it's a muse to you in a way. It makes you want to rise. But you are still stressed out about something, like a true Virgo. So I want to know. But I think it's because you feel that if you wait on this, it will pass you by. And it's because there's someone here that knows their worth. And under their moon, what is hidden is, yeah, they are moving away from the past. They're moving forwards. That's not to say that they're moving away from you specifically, but they're not waiting. They're moving away from the past. Yeah. You feel like they're doing it quite rapidly too, and it's hurting you. It's making you feel maybe like you Like they don't care that they're not investing in you or you're not investing in them anymore or something like that. I don't feel like that's true. But you're overthinking and you feel like there's something about you believing that this person has pegged you a certain way, like decided that you are not healthy or balanced or secure, and now they're walking away and leaping into something new. I think you feel like if this is a person, there's competition, and it's like you knew that if you didn't come back to reconcile something that, or you thought that someone else would move in or give this person attention, or that, but in the past, I think both you and this person, maybe you were in a little bit of a toxic cycle. I feel like it was meant to show you where you were imbalanced, though, like draw attention to those places so that you could find a little more stability. And I feel that this person definitely did, because they're in that Queen of Pentacles energy. And it was showing me before they were in the Empress in reverse. So it's like they didn't see their worth or their value clearly. And then you're here in your advice, the Emperor in reverse. So it's the Emperor and the Empress both in reverse. These are just energies and archetypes. They have nothing to do with gender or sex. So don't get hung up on the Emperor, the Empress, the kings, the queens kind of thing. But can you clarify this overall what they don't see coming message? You're meant to do the healing or the aligning. If you want to align with this person, again, it's kind of like you got to do it, right? It's not going to just come to you. This person's not going to turn around and walk back towards the past. They're moving forwards. And they're not moving away from you, but they are moving forwards in alignment with their worth. And they want to align with something that is, again, in alignment with them. So if you want to be that something, then you have to break out of some cycle that you're going around and around in. And I'm wondering if it has something to do with being in this realm of things here. Sometimes you use your intelligence, like you weaponize your intelligence against yourself, Virgo, and it is... I see it sometimes and it's frustrating as hell. Unless you stop overthinking about how you can't do the work necessary. Like, it's like you're telling yourself that this requires more of you than you have to give, and that you're just going to have to end up leaving to do the work required anyways. But it's like you're not really seeing that both you and this person are still in between worlds, where you're imagining you're creating a new reality, or you could be moving forwards in that way with them, right? And you might just end up in the same place if you do the same kind of healing. But there is something here about time. It's time to not go round and round approaching things the way you have before, because there's something here where, again, unless you get out of your head and stop overthinking, something won't have a new life. You might lose something that I think you feel brings you a lot of peace. You've had a lot of questions about why something came in or why something went the way it did. Maybe you feel like you were not poised for success with this. You feel like it came to you when you did not have a leg up. You were not in a great state. This is reminding me of like Fight Club, when he's like, you met me at a very strange time in my life, He's like having a complete psychotic breakdown. So there could be something like that, where you feel like this person came into your life and it was like, what is actually happening? Like, if you were not a lesson, but if you were a blessing, then why did the universe give you to me when I was a hot fucking mess, Why did I get everything that I wanted before I had closed out this unfinished symphony? And I think it's because it was meant to highlight how you do get in these cycles, where you're more comfortable just observing and being in your head than you are actually taking action towards the thing that you want. And I think you do see its value, and you are committed or loyal to it, or there's a level of devotion. And it's because this thing is good for you. So if there's something here that is not that, then it's not your reading. Okay? Because that's the energy. This thing is a counterpart, an equal, or a match, or it could be, but you need to get out of this old cycle that's ready to close. And it's like showing itself to me as you coming out of your lower mind, your ego mind, or your monkey mind here, and being in a transcendent, peaceful place up above that, the noise and the static. It's about seeing things from a higher perspective, or taking a higher road that is not just going around and around. They're saying if you take one, you're believing that even if you do things the right way, it's not going to go the distance for some reason. You could have a lot of people, like a lot of voices in your ear talking to you about this fork in the road that you're at, telling you not to move a certain way or not to move towards something specific, but it isn't how you truly feel. It's just extra noise and more voices in your head lending to that confusion. So tell me a little bit about the Emperor in reverse for Virgo's advice. It's like, where are you not acting from a state of sovereignty and empowerment, though, within yourself? By the book. You're doing things a certain way. Only take this if it applies, but some of you have an avoidant attachment style. Yes, I'm seeing that very clear. And it's not something that you are like, it's not a sentence, like a jail sentence. It's not like this is what you are in this life. You can create a change, but it is something that's causing you to not have a leg up in regards to things that you want. And I think it's because people with an avoidant attachment style, they have abandonment and rejection wounds, right? As do all of the insecure attachment styles. Even the anxious, they have the same wound. They're scared of abandonment and rejection. But with an avoidant, they will run away because they believe that they're going to be hurt anyways. So it's like, I'll run away, I'll leave before you can leave me, or I'll hurt you before you hurt me, because it's inevitable. You're ready to break out of that cycle because it's not true. Not everything wants to hurt you. And there's this pattern where you get things, maybe, that are everything they are everything they're cracked out to be. They're devoted back to you. They are abundant, but you don't move on them. You either ruminate and overthink about it, or you repeat a cycle a very specific way, where you enter it in a specific way and you leave it a specific way. And I feel like it's not an empowered way. It hasn't been in the past. It's like you maybe stop trusting it, you self-sabotage, and you bail, or something like that. You ghost, or I don't know exactly what it is for you, but you reject things that you really want. There's a truth here that wants to be seen about how you might make good things hard, or things come to you as a divine gift, but there's a weight that you've been carrying that's ready to be dissolved. And it could be about something that you are moving away from the past that made you kind of feel this way as well, some sort of trauma. It's like in the past, some of you thought that someone was this, but they showed up as the Empress in reverse, and you showed up as the Emperor in reverse. And it was like, there may have been a lot of potential, but it ended up being very karmic or messy, toxic. Just the best of both of you did not come to the table. And this is something that you've had to move on from, and specifically mentally, you've had to create some level of closure for yourself, I'm seeing. And you've struggled to move away from it because that process took a lot of time for you. But now you're seeing very clearly how you're ready to push through the final bit of that. It's time to go. Like, you're ready to stop doing things that way. You're ready to stop ruminating on that or letting that experience influence your present. You want to look towards the future with vulnerability in a positive way, like intimacy and celebration and abundance. You don't want to do things the way that you always have because it hasn't given you the results that you want. So you're being kind of asked to look at how you do things in the past, how that hasn't worked for you, where that was maybe coming from. Wow, yeah, there's a huge amount of healing that's happening, and you're stepping into your power here. You have the potential to. It's still your choice, though. You still have to choose to invest. They're really highlighting that. This is something that you can release yourself from at any time, but this opportunity specifically, what you're not seeing coming is that it is moving on, right? It's going to move on without you. It's going to heal. So if you don't move towards it, it will work through. It will provide closure for itself. And it's not that this thing does not care about you, love you, appreciate you, value you. That's not why it's moving on. It's moving on because it's emotionally mature. It knows how to heal and balance and regulate itself. And it will heal and move forwards, right? From the past. If you don't move on it. But I see that there's still an opportunity. There's something very significant about time that is connected to this particular opportunity. And it's like, if you don't reach out and grab it, it will pass you by. It's not something that will just come back to you or fall in your lap, it feels like. This is something that you are meant to move towards. And it's interesting, you are meant to move towards it. And that's because I feel like that is part of the breaking of this cycle, of the old way of doing things. Because this is how you would have done things in the past. Round and round, by the book. I leave, everything always happens the exact way that I know that it will. And in a way, there's a certain level of that that's soothing because I know what to expect, even though I'm always disappointed, right? It's like I'm creating the outcome, so therefore I can count on the outcome. And I'm never surprised negatively, so I'm kept safe, but I'm also never surprised positively. And it feels like there's something that did come in against all odds and surprise you positively. And I think the answer to your question about why did this come in when I felt like I was like not in a good place to receive it, or I didn't have a leg up, and it's like, it was to show you where you were getting in the way and preventing yourself from having a leg up, though. Something needed to penetrate through to you in such a way that it broke through that status quo, that round and round monotonous cycle that you had been in, because it become just like almost you being on autopilot in that. And that's how it is. That is how it is when there's when you have attachment wounds and stuff like that, right? It's like you start you react a certain way because you get triggered, and you have the same responses, you have the same safety mechanisms or coping mechanisms that you initiate, and it can be very, very easy to get into a place of comfort with that, and you believe that you're just protecting yourself and keeping yourself safe, or you might call it healthy boundaries, but really it can be avoidant, it can be anxious, it can be unhealthy. So it's not about shaming or anything like that, but you do want to draw awareness to that so that you can be fulfilled in your life in the ways that you want to be, so that you stop sabotaging, and you can become more secure in yourself, see things more clearly, and then have more secure relationships and experiences overall in your life as a result. And who doesn't want that, right? Especially a Virgo. You guys like a level of order. But it feels like your order has been a bit chaotic. Your order, your status quo, your by-the-book way of doing things, it has been based on something that you're outgrowing. And it's a good thing. So there's a moment of chaos and disorder before things fall into a new order. And you might be uncomfortable with that. That might be why you're scared to move. But move, bitch. Get out the way. Get out the way, bitch. Get out the way. Because things are happening. The universe is like, let's go. Let go. You're going to be there forever. You're going to be there overthinking it for a decade if we don't fling your ass off the... So you're getting like flinged off the cliff by the universe. It's like, make a choice. And I feel like you're like right to the end of the cliff, like Simba's dad, and the universe is like stepping on your claws like Mufasa, like, I'll be the villain in your story if this makes you change your ways because we want better for you. I feel like your higher self is like Mufasa in this in this analogy. Your higher self is like, I can be the villain too because you need this. You're being the villain to yourself. So I'm going to step in now. All right. We're going to move on to Libra, but that's what I see for you. Break the ego cycle of cat and mouse. Yeah, the push-pull, the runner-chaser vibes. You're almost at the end of healing. The previous one ended up breadcrumbing. Yeah, sabotaging the new one because you want a low for a bakery. You deserve a low for a bakery, but there's also like a way of... Like, I feel like sometimes when we release ourselves from our old attachment style, it's like we swing from one, like, way over to the other side of the, right? The pendulum swings all the way across. It's not necessarily, like, tempered in the middle. Like, there's a middle ground, right? So, I kind of have both anxious, or I had both anxious and avoidant tendencies because my mom is, like, an anxious avoidant. My dad is avoidant. Or my mom is anxious, my dad is avoidant. So I like picked up on a beautiful myriad of lovely qualities and traits, which I internalized at a young age. So I was basically just a clusterfuck of all of the above. And it's something that it does take time, but when I feel like when I first started correcting it, I was like way to the other side. So when I first started correcting or working through my anxious attachment, I was like hyper independent, right? I was like, I am not going to be codependent. And I focused so much on my hyper independence that I became almost in my avoidant energy, right? And if you're avoidant and you start focusing on that and you go like, okay, I'm going to like really commit to investing, you can almost go into where you're like, you're overdoing it or you're trying to move too fast and it's not at a steady pace. It feels forced. So find a middle ground because it exists and it might take you a second to get there, but you'll get there. You'll get there. All right, Virgo. I love you. I love you. Love you. Forever. All right. Libra. Where are my Libras? Libra. Aw, thank you. A lovely prism. That's a lovely compliment. I'm a poet, so I appreciate the poetic. I appreciate the poetics. All right. What does Libra need to know? What does Libra need to know about what they may not see coming? Gonna timestamp you. Hi, Libra. I'm still pulling your cards, but the messages have started channeling through like immediately when I tune into the other energies all night tonight. So that's just how it's going, I guess. But excuse me. What is that? I feel for you immediately when I tune into your energy. There's something that might like really shock you, like something could do a 180. What you're expecting, the literal opposite could happen. And I'm seeing it come through as like you are anticipating there's something that hasn't been completely emotionally fulfilling. For some of you, this is a job. I'm feeling strong Capricorn energy come through. But for some of you, it's a job that hasn't been fulfilling. You haven't felt like it's reciprocating the energy and the work and the value that you bring to the table. Like you're not getting that back. You're not being recognized or compensated. This could also be in a relationship though. So for some of you, that's happening relationally. But I'm seeing you feeling like you're almost coming to terms with the fact that you're going to have to walk away. The 8 of Cups kind of energy. I need to leave behind something that is just kind of, it's not fulfilling me. It's not bad necessarily, but I need to break away from it because it is becoming toxic it becomes toxic if I stay attached to something that is not for me or that does not feel good, right? That's when it becomes, well, harmful to me if I keep on giving to something that I know is not good for me. That's when it becomes a toxic attachment, because why are you holding on to it then, right? But this is something you're anticipating having to break away from. But then I see the flip happening, and I see there being potentially like a commitment or an investment that's quite serious to it. But I think that it's because there's some sort of renewal or something is set right that was imbalanced before. So that's for some of you. But let me get your cards out. That's what I'm feeling initially. That could just be a side note for someone though. So we'll see what comes out in the cards. I'm hearing that you're weighing something out from the past. There's quite a large amount of your energy that is invested in the past at this time. I think it's because you're trying to pull your energy back from something or like regenerate from something. Okay. For some of you, what is happening is actually you're choosing yourself as well. So what I said in the beginning, you could be doing a 180 with something that was not really committed to you or in union with you in a committed and substantial kind of way. Some of you are also surprising yourself by committing to yourself in a very serious and substantial kind of way. Your own individual happiness, and you're kind of choosing, you're kind of like, this is an era where I focus on myself above everything else. So I don't know if you didn't do that in the past, but let's use this deck. Okay, what do I want to clarify here? Yeah, I want to see that. Currently, you are feeling as though something has a bit of a hold on you, though. A stronghold, or you are letting you're trying to let go of something, but you feel like something is keeping you holding on. Now, whether it's something that you don't know, okay. You feel like there's love, you have love for something or someone, but again, it hasn't been, like, it hasn't brought you a reason to celebrate. So it either hasn't really reciprocated these feelings in the way that, like, you feel like you can actually celebrate. You still feel like you're holding on to something, though, even though it's disappointed you, and you still feel as though there's genuine love for it here. That's why you're having trouble breaking away from it, even though you feel like you need to. Some sort of disillusionment is being shattered, though. And what you're being showed right now is something that you can trust. And I feel like it will resonate with you in a balanced way. And you will trust it because of that. It will resonate as true in the specific way that you, like, balance truth and believe truth. It's going to come to you in a way that resonates with you personally. So either through your own process of establishing truth or your own discerning process, I feel, you're going to come to a state of clarity about this. But there is something where rest and recharging is needed. You've been giving a lot. You've been wishing for something. And you're meant to just be quiet and listen and heal and hear. Listen to the triggers of your mind and release the fears specifically. Okay, so your energy is the 9 of Wands in reverse, and then your current focus is coming through as the 4 of Pentacles with that love and celebrate in reverse. So, yeah. It's almost you feel like something has power over you, a level of power over you, though. See how this person, this big guy here, is kind of like moving around this smaller town with these little guys, these little figures there. It's giving Godzilla. There's something here where I feel like you're trying to save energy. You're tired of something, and it's because you feel a little bit bound by something. What is it that has worn Libra out or made them tired or drained about the situation? Why do they feel bound to it? Child in reverse. An inner child wound being triggered, maybe? Yeah. There's something that made you feel very ungrounded. Something simple that was illuminated to you, but you weren't necessarily open to it because you weren't expecting to see it. And I feel like this is maybe something you received knowledge or guidance around something. This would be like you're completely unaware that you, like, let's use the example of attachment styles again, because that's something that's tied to our inner child wound. So let's say you have a severely anxious attachment style, but you didn't know about it. You didn't know anything about inner child wounds or attachment styles or shadow work, or there's something you weren't aware of. You didn't have guidance to apply to this because you weren't aware. You didn't know what you didn't know. And so then when the information came in, it feels like it did kind of trigger you because you weren't expecting it. It was like a lot to take in at once, even though it was something that you needed to hear. And it was, I feel like, illuminated in a way that was graceful and in simple terms. But again, it's like you were not necessarily open to this, and it softened you in a way that it's like you were not seeking to be softened here. You were not seeking this knowledge. And so it caught you off guard is what this feels like. You weren't putting the work in to give to yourself to nurture this wound because it's almost like you weren't aware of it. There's something you're realizing about, like, something that felt quite chaotic. And I feel like it's personal to you. It could have been your childhood. Felt quite chaotic. And the reason that you feel held and tied to certain things is because of your wounds and your programming or your patterns or your triggers or something like that. You feel like they kind of control you more than you control them. You might feel, though, like this is something that had an impact on something or someone that you love. Like it kept you in your head about it, creating stories about things, maybe. It's like you were expressing that you wanted abundance, but there is some wisdom that you didn't have yet about a block that is between you and the abundance that you're seeking. And so that is coming into clarity so that you can see where that block is and you can remove the resistance that you weren't even aware of before. Is there something here that you did want to let in, it feels like, or you do, but it's like you felt like you couldn't get out of the womb state to actually embrace this thing. Like you tried to connect with it in a balanced way where you trusted it and you were open and receptive, and you just couldn't get there, even though I feel like you were trying. Your shadow kept getting in the way, creating noise, and then you got frustrated with that. And there could have been anger and triggers that popped up that way, but it feels like you didn't come into union with something here that you did really want. But you have some sort of flow state that you're moving into now, I feel like. So what you don't see coming is the Three of Cups, the Knight of Wands in reverse, and the Queen of Swords. I want to know who the Knight of Wands in reverse is and the Queen of Swords. Need to see which one of those is you, or if any of them are. This could be a lot of things, so I got to clarify this before I say much. So tell me about that Three of Cups. The Wheel of Fortune. Well, something is coming together, and it is a reason to celebrate, and it's coming in quite rapidly with the Eight of Wands, and the Ten of Cups is behind that. Not too shabby. So, yeah. These are actually the clarifying cards for that. So, there's something here where you can have all the success you want, but if you do not face your fear and the fuckery of your mind and get out of that rumination and take a leap from the heart, you won't be able to access this. You won't be able to truly align with it. You're going to have a choice to make. And the choice does require vulnerability. You to be truly intimate with both yourself and someone, but there's some form of work that needs to be done on this pattern that you are realizing something about. But what I see coming in that you're not anticipating. So it's the Three of Cups with the Wheel of Fortune. It's something that is fated or fortunate. And with the Three of Cups, it could be reconciliation between yourself and someone, but it's also just something that feels good and is a reason to celebrate. This could be a friend as well with the Three of Cups, or a community that's very supportive that's coming in, or it could be family. It could also be a lover. But this is coming in a little bit wild. I heard wet and wild, so I don't know. What you guys do in your spare time is your deal, all right? But the Knight of Wands in reverse with the Eight of Wands. Yeah. I don't know. Yeah, you don't see that coming. No one would see that coming. This is like a tornado descending out of the sky, and just, it does have sort of a chaotic energy to it, but I want to know why. Why is this person in the Knight of Wands in reverse energy? It's not you. It's because they have a buildup of desire, and there's a lot of energy that is seeking release. Wet and wild. I'm just kidding. Or am I? Dr. Evil. But there's a lot of fire energy, wand energy. Good Lord. This person wants to communicate. They could be a Virgo, but they've spent a lot of time thinking about something, and there's pent up energy because they haven't communicated what they actually want to communicate. The Hermit and the Hierophant. What is the intention of this Knight of Wands in reverse towards Libra? I'm not getting like nefarious vibes, but at the same time, the Knight of Wands in reverse is like erratic enough. I don't know. The Ten of Wands, my God. It's like, I don't know how much I trust the Knight of Wands in reverse and the Eight of Wands and the Ten of Wands and the Ace of Wands. It's like everything's moving very, very quickly here. There's a lot of energy. There's a lot of pent up stuff, okay? For some of you, just straight up, this person is extremely sexually attracted to you. And there's a lot of lust that is built up. There's also there's a lot astrologically that this past week, well, the week that we're closing out tomorrow, has supported erratic, lusty, like, let's get lost in the intoxication of something. Like, let's lose ourselves in indulging in certain energies, and you would be pulled to the energy that you most habitually indulge in. It feels like for this person, there's something about lust or just acting erratically. Like, they indulge in erratic behavior. Some of it is sexual, though. Seven of Swords under the Ten of Wands, Four of Cups, Nine of Pentacles, Seven of Cups, Three of Swords. I don't know. What's the Seven of Cups? The Four of Swords. I feel like this person has options from the past, or an option from the past. Yeah, they're still in their head about it, about potentially offering something to it. Deep down, they know that it is not the Empress. It's the Empress in reverse, so whatever that means. I feel like they know that it's not actually an abundant option, but this person does have in their mind, they have options. And their option is someone from the past, okay? So they're viewing themselves as having options, which means they're viewing you as an option, all right? Knight of Wands in reverse. That's the Knight of Wands in reverse. So the thing is, this person has taken time to themselves they have, I feel like, potentially like leapt out in a new direction here, but they're bored. This is someone, though, it's like they feel like they kind of have a lot, and they're, I don't know, this would be kind of like, it feels kind of like someone that grew up having like everything, and so they're a little entitled, you know, and they're like, I have everything, I have all these options, but I'm bored, you know, I have a lot of money, what do I do with all of this? I'm bored. It's like when you can have anything and then everything loses its value or worth, you know, is almost how I'm getting this person's energy. They're coming in because they feel burdened by something. There's an energy that it's like they can't release. There's an option, though, that is still tied to pain for them. They might feel more confident leaving their options open because of something that hurt them in the past. So it's not necessarily that they're non-committal, but they're incredibly slow moving. And it's like they feel like they need to have all of the answers before they take one step into something. But on the other hand, they're super erratic. So it's really weird, the energy that I'm kind of getting. Okay. Well, they're showing up as the Emperor, but the Six of Pentacles in reverse still. The Star in reverse. It's like they're stingy with their investment, and they're stingy with their investment because they haven't healed something, but they are not seeing that. I feel like they're focused more on you and what they want and less on personal accountability and responsibility and acting in a little bit more of a stable and grounded way. This person could feel like they don't have a lot of time, like there's a time constraint, and that's why they feel pushed or something feels erratic or forced. But it's telling me that this Queen of Swords in the upright is also this person. So they're moving in very fast and somewhat erratically from an impulsive place. And I feel like it's that they don't want to lose the opportunity to reconcile with you. They don't want to lose you because they do feel like you are on their path for a reason. No matter what kind of person this is, what kind of relationship they have to you. It could be anyone, like I said, but I do feel like they consider you a part of their 10 of Cups, or they feel like when they are truly using discernment, they feel like they could see you as a part of their 10 of Cups. And they do want to move towards you very slowly with this open curiosity. But then there's the Chariot in reverse. It's like, but they're not actually willing to, like, it's all lovely to see this clearly and to know that you don't want to lose the option. But if you're not going to actually claim the option, you don't deserve the option. Or there are some things that don't want to be an option. And if you're going to call them an option, then they're going to leave, you know, because they just don't want to be in that position because they have self-respect. And you might be at peace with not knowing, but just wanting to come out of a state of disappointment. But this, you know, or this person might be, but I feel like you might want more security than that. You know, you might want to actually know that this person wants to move forwards and know where they're going. I feel like intuitively you have a sense that someone is returning, but something hasn't changed. Something has not been resolved, even though they want to reconcile something with you. And it's a fear that they have that they're anxious about. They're anxious about truly building and then having it be imbalanced. And there's something about the give and take. You're sort of telling me that this person, or this person's energy itself, is telling me, I don't want to be taken advantage of. So this is probably someone that at one point in time gave and it was not reciprocated to the same degree. And they were like, I'm never doing that again. I'm never being the one that gives more. So again, they swung all the way to the other side. And now it's like they're hyper independent, they're hyper stingy with their energy, and they almost expect their options to prove that they are the best option. They're like, prove it. Like, I'll show up and I'll deem you one of my blessed options, right? But then you have to prove to me that you are the option. Like, they know that they don't want to lose you, but they're not putting in, they don't realize that they're doing what was done to them in the past that fucked them up. Like, they are not giving in a reciprocated way. They're expecting you to prove yourself or overgive, maybe because they know that you care about them, but that is toxic as fuck. That is imbalanced, untempered, non-harmonious, toxic shit. That's not the 10 of Cups. And the 10 of Cups cannot be built on that. And I think you're aware of this. You're aware that there was some sort of toxic hold or pattern in this connection. And I think you know that it takes two to tango, but you're like, yes, there's love here, but there's also something that got in the way of the outcome that I wanted. And you did tell me before it was a lack of balance. So you could have known how you felt about this person and gave a lot. Why did... I feel like it's this erratic energy, though, that this person's still in, because they're coming back in this. And it's very confusing, probably extremely confusing for you, because there's certain things that they're sure of, but then they don't act in accordance to what they know with certainty. And that makes no sense. But it is because they're scared. But I feel they don't see their fear. Probably because they haven't faced and healed and been, acknowledged and been accountable to the pain of the past. They just stepped into their villain era, and now they are the person that hurt them in a different body. And that is exactly how hurt people, and it's an irresponsible energy. It is a reckless, irresponsible energy. They are not doing the healing. They're just like, I learned and now I'm the smart one, and now I'm not the one who gets played, I'm the playa. You can't play a playa. And it's like, no, that's not, no. You're just literally perpetuating the exact same thing that hurt you. Make it make sense, There's a lot of people that take this approach, and I don't blame them, honestly, that much. But what do they see with clarity? That you're this. The Wheel of Fortune and the 10 of Cups, okay? So then they do take action to come towards you with like a fierceness, but then they backpedal and they're like, but you're just an option though. Like, don't get it twisted. You're obsessed with me. I'm not obsessed with you. I have options, and I still haven't completely removed I'm still considering something from the past, a potential option, or, and it's like, ew. You deserve better than that, though, Libra. Way better. I'm just going to insert my personal opinion here. F that. Period. That was it. That was my personal opinion. So your advice is the 2 of Pentacles, the Knight of Cups, and the 10 of Pentacles in reverse. Is the Knight of, or the Knight of Cups and the 10 of Pentacles in reverse. Is that what I said? Is the Knight of Cups Libra? Yes. These are 2 different paths, okay? So you have a decision to make. You have an option, 2 of Pentacles. What do you want to pursue, and who do you want with you at your side as you build that? Because I feel like this is what you are looking for as well. The 10 of Cups and the 10 of Pentacles. But it needs to be balanced. And the thing is, this person knows what they want, but they're not showing up in a way that they are deserving of it. Like, they are innately deserving of it, but they also have to show up responsibly for it, or else they can't have it. Spirit's like, this is why you can't have nice things, you know? The Knight of Wands in reverse. That's why. And that's a lesson this person's going to have to learn. No one owes them anything. Everyone in this world has been hurt and traumatized in some way. That's the truth. Like, congratulations, you were hurt. Now you play games, but nobody owes you. No one has to prove themselves to anyone, right? When you enter into something with someone, it's reciprocated, give and take, and then you slowly build trust together. It's not like we come together and I'm like, I'm going to keep you at arm's length and an option, but I want you to be completely obsessed with me and prove yourself to me, and then I might pick you if you overextend yourself enough. No. It's a no for me, dog. Okay? No. Let's not. And say we didn't. But these are two different options. I'm like getting offended for you. I'm like, no, bitch, you're not doing this. Of course, you can do whatever you want, but your cool internet aunt, Lisa, says, fuck that shit. Okay, so quote me. There's two options here, though. One is leading you to the Ten of Pentacles in reverse, and one is the Knight of Cups. And I feel like this person, as it stands, they're the one that's leading to the Ten of Pentacles in reverse. Is that true? The Star in reverse. They're not healed yet. They want to come in. The thing is, they are the Emperor. But they're creating this, like, literally they're creating this reality of lack and scarcity and confusion around them, where everything that they desire is constantly just out of reach. Why? Because they are keeping it at arm's length as an option. So then it's always going to be at arm's length. Just out of reach. 2 + 2 = 4. This person, they're cool, but they don't know how to do math. The math is not mathing for this person. They think they can have it all without doing anything or without giving any of their very valuable self away. And that's not how it works. You don't get everything with no investment. It just doesn't work. It doesn't matter how valuable you are. Even the Queen did something to get to where she is, right? There is a cost for everything. And it is your energy, your attention, your investment, your commitment, your respect, your trust, you know what I mean? So on and so forth. Something that this person's not giving. And they could have everything they want, and I feel like you love them and you would love to have everything that you want with them, but it's like it's not built on a solid foundation as long as it's like, I'm still juggling and uncertain though. It's like saying that they're sure and then acting uncertain. It's someone saying they want everything with you, but then literally not even committing in a basic way. And it's like, you're saying something but acting the literal opposite way. So, but I think it's a protection mechanism that this person has. I'm seeing you have a choice though. There's one choice that makes you feel a lack of abundance and a little bit of instability. And it's because ultimately this person, they always have one foot out the door because they're looking out for number one. And in a true lover's relationship, you can't. So the Lovers and the Sun could be theirs, but because they're not willing to approach it from a balanced place, seeing you as their equal rather than an option, it's like they have to perceive you as being an option that is disposable or that they could take or leave. And I know this sounds harsh, but this is how this person views it, and to some degree, and it's because of their own inner wounding. It's not personal. It's not a reflection of your value. Okay, I need you to know that. But that is how they see it, and that is why they are in a state of lack, even though Yes, they are the Emperor energy. Yes, they are sovereign and dominion over themselves. They're just stingy with themselves. And if you don't give anything, especially as the Emperor, yang energy, you have to give of yourself. You have to assert yourself. It's like this person is the divine masculine, but they are in this energy where they think they can just sit and receive as if they're the feminine. They're not fighting for what they want, and they're not going to get it. But that's not a you thing. And they might get it eventually, but not with this approach. It's just not, it does not make any logical sense, right? It is an energy of irresponsibility, erraticism, like being erratic, and entitlement a little bit. So yeah, they're in the 9 of Cups energy and the Lovers in reverse. They're focusing on themselves above all else and keeping everything else an option, even though this grieves them. They're doing it because they think that they need to protect themselves. And that's the only way to do it. So it's like they choose grief. They choose not ever getting what they want because they never actually invest in what they truly want. They just look at it from a distance because they're scared. So then, yeah, you're not going to have the thing you want until you overcome the fear. You have to be brave enough to really take the opportunity. And especially if the opportunity is love, baby loves the prerogative of the brave, honey. If you're not brave, you must be this brave to play. You must be this brave to ride that ride. And this person, they may be the Emperor, but they're not acting like it. They're not showing it. They're not showing it right now. They're not acting in accordance with it. I'm seeing they've got it in ya, but they're not doing it. So they got to do something about that. They have to move. And yeah, they have to do their part. They have to meet in the middle. Good to see you, Antonia. Dale. I mean, yeah, the thing is, they're not patient. They want what they want without nurturing it. They listen to their playful energy, but then they're not nurturing their wiser energy. And so it's just like they feel like they are stunted in some sort of way. Yeah, they're stunted in some sort of way. It's a childhood wound thing. I feel like this is it has to do with their family or growing up, like their home life. This is a period where they're meant to be in like a cocoon, but they're very impatient. So it's like they're the Knight of Wands, and they're like taking a dagger and they're slicing their way out of the cocoon, and it's like your wings haven't formed yet, you know? There's things they haven't healed, but it's like they're scared to lose. They might be scared to lose you or scared to lose an option. But because they're running into it like half-baked, they're a cake that's half-baked, then they're all gooey and doughy in the middle, and they're wondering why things just don't taste right. They're just very erratic, and they self-sabotage a lot. They haven't integrated the wisdom surrounding how to have the abundance that they do truly deserve. They need to have compassion with themselves and others and flow and not live out of their woundedness. They have to balance their personal struggles with connection. And they have to know that they don't carry the burden all by themselves, especially if they want to be in a relationship. Then you have to open and share of yourself. You have to give of yourself in a relationship. It can't be one way. Okay, so that's what I see. Okay, that was a long reading. Ugh, and that's because that was confusing freaking energy. So good luck with that person. But yeah, in their current state, I feel like no, they haven't learned the lesson. They're not patient enough. And they're not seeing their wound that they're still living out of. They think that their actions are totally on par. They see themselves as the Emperor, and I'm not saying they're not, but they're not If you have something, but you never share that thing, it's always locked away in the most innermost chambers of you, then it's kind of like to other people you don't actually have the thing because you've never shown it, right? It's like, what is the point of having something if you just keep it locked away and you never share it? Especially if it's like all the beauty and empowerment and support and love and generosity of the emperor and the power of the emperor and the bravery of the emperor. Are you still the emperor if you have the capacity to be brave, but then you're constantly acting cowardly? It's like, it's coming from a place of fear, but they're not seeing the lack of congruence between how they're thinking and how they're acting. In their head, it makes sense that someone would have to prove themselves. They don't want to step out into the unknown. They need to know that something's going to bring them joy, and it's all about them. They're very focused on them. And that, well, then you can't have a relationship. You can't, because you're selfish. So you can't really have a healthy relationship while you're selfish. And there's a difference between being sovereign, respecting and honoring yourself, and being selfish. You can keep yourself centered in your own life so that you're not orbiting around someone else or giving your power away without being selfish. And the difference lies in your ability to have consideration for the other person, the other party. This person's not considering anyone but themselves. So they're selfish. And I don't fucks with that. I don't fucks with that. There's a million trillion things I'd rather fucking do than to be effing with that. That's what I think. But you do you. But if you wait for this person to heal, I feel like it could be one of those things where you are just enabling their shitty behavior. Because it is. And again, the issue is not with them knowing their worth and protecting, like honoring their energy and themselves. That's not the issue. The issue is them doing that at the expense of other people and without considering other people. And then not even seeing the problem in that. It's not that they're a bad person. They're just coming through as being incredibly like insecure and not having very much self-awareness, to be honest. They don't see their own wounds. They think that they healed by just becoming the villain and protecting themselves all the time and never giving themselves away. But really, that is literally the wounded self. That is them living out of their wounds. And they're never going to get close enough. They're never going to actually let what they desire close enough to them from that wounded spot to ever actually have it fulfilled. So this, I feel like, is someone with the Knight of Wands in reverse who is more comfortable being in a state of desire, and satisfaction is the death of desire. Once you're fulfilled, you're not longing, you're not wanting something anymore. So this person, they feel safer in a state of desire, and that could be why they are so comfortable being like very sexual, because it's shallow. The way that they approach it, it's shallow. It's not intimacy. So yeah. All right, Scorpio. We're moving on to Scorpio. But that's what I see for you, Libra. So this person's definitely on a journey. They're just stuck in their own stubbornness and their own lack of consciousness at a specific spot in their journey. And it's up to them when they break through that, but it does feel like they're getting close. They're approaching a deep fear of theirs, and they are avoiding it in order to stay where they are, even though where they are feels quite heavy. It's weird. They feel burdened by their own selfishness, and they're bored of it and kind of ambivalent. Again, entitled a little bit, like they're bored of where they're at. But they're not choosing anything different. They're not choosing to fight for something different. So that is where they will stay for now. All right, let's tune into Scorpio's energy. My Scorps, my Scorp fam. What does my Scorpio family need to know? What do they not see coming that you would like me to highlight for them? Let me look at the chat and see what you beautiful people are up to. Centauri. Centauri? Aw, you're welcome. You're welcome. You're welcome, Dale. Okay. How are you guys doing out there? Calling out to the void. Putting out my bat signal. How are you out there? Okay. I guess the cards are coming out for themselves. Okay. One more card. Okay. All right. Let me see. Clarify a couple things real quick. Timestamp those so we can chat while I do this. Hi, Scorp. How are you beautiful freaking people doing? My fellow Scorpio rising. Woo! What's up, Rochelle? Good to see you here, my love. Okay. I didn't know you were a fellow Scorpio rising. Or did I? No, I think I just knew about your Cancer moon. Let's see. Okay, so Scorpio. I feel like you're letting something go. You've been in a quiet state of self-renewal and meditation. It might look like detachment from the outside, but you're really just composed. It's not detachment, it's privacy. It's a scorpionic thing, right? It's this is how we do. It's we go to that serene, deep place within ourselves where we can communicate openly in a state of complete intimacy and disarmedness, right? We do not have to have our guards up. There is no opposition against our most innocent, soft nature, no obstacles, just warmth. And that's the place where we go to unpack certain things that require a certain level of endurance, it feels like. It's like you go into your bat cave, so to speak. You take some time to yourself and you work through the things that only you can work through with you. There are places that only you can go with yourself and spirit, Scorpio. You and Pisces are very much like that. Cancer too, though. Cancer goes into their shell, but I feel like Cancer is better at being able to take someone into their shell with them if they want to. They have to receive an invitation, don't get me wrong. Something in my eye. Give me 1 second here. I'm not going to make you look at me putting my finger in my eye, so I'll just hide under my hat for a moment. There we go. It feels like you're kind of working through some generational karma or family stuff, though, here. You're working on releasing something heavy. That it feels like it has been kind of heavy karma, though. Because your energy is coming out as the Four of Pentacles in reverse. And then your current focus is coming out as the Wheel of Fortune in reverse. So this is like you realizing that a certain opportunity or way or weight is not yours. It's not your way to walk. It's not your path to follow. It's not your weight or your karma to carry, and you're dropping it. You're like, this is not mine. So whether that is an opportunity or, like I said, something energetic or karmic, I feel like it's something that's not expansive. The Wheel of Fortune is Jupiter energy. So this is something that is more constrictive or restrictive, and you're removing it. You're seeing it as an obstacle, and you are releasing it at this time. So tell me about this Four of Pentacles in reverse. Can you tell me more about what Scorpio is letting go of? All right. Which one is... Okay. It feels like you've been hoping for a revolution in a certain area, something to radically change or transform, some old way to crumble and make way for the new, or some sort of like quantum leap. Like you've been really hoping to align with something in a particular kind of way. And it feels like you're kind of letting go of that opportunity because maybe nothing is changing. Because it's saying this is what you're releasing. And I feel like it's, you thought that something was going to grow, change, evolve radically, and then show up in a different state. And it feels like it hasn't. And you have maybe, I don't feel like you were waiting. I feel like you gave yourself a time limit for holding on to hope for something. You've still been healing and moving forwards. You haven't been stagnant. But it's like you're reaching the end of that time and you're like, now is the release period. Like, I guess I was wrong. So now I'm going to let go. Because the Wheel of Fortune in reverse is clarified by this keeping still card, which says meditation, self-renewal, composure, detachment, self-acceptance, equanimity, and serenity. But I feel like this is just something has been still. Something has not been shifting, turning. The wheel did not turn. Something isn't negative necessarily in essence, but it hasn't been moving. And you're not waiting. So you're kind of showing me that you're letting go and you're focused on something that you see as not making progress, not coming into a space of completion, even though you feel as though there is a lot of potent kind of potential here. You're almost feeling like the potential dispersed, or the potential was like dissolved in some way. Maybe there was conflict and then it was never worked through or resolved. There was never peace brought to a situation, at least not in a particular time. And you're not keeping yourself stuck in an old energy. So that's what you're currently focused on. What you don't see coming is the Hierophant, so Taurian energy, the Eight of Swords in reverse, and the Two of Swords in reverse. Is this something committing to Scorpio? No, I didn't think so. This is you committing to freeing yourself from a loop of fear where you were not developing within that. There's something that where progress was slowed or it was actually stopped, and it's because something was not growing or adapting. Again, you're correct. Something was not making progress. Something feels insecure or unpredictable. It took courage to face, but then it also deteriorated or fell apart or separated. And you surrendered this thing, but it has not come to any state of resolve. So it feels like now you're releasing it, and you, at some point, you were committed to this, whatever this is. At some point, this stable, consistent, invested energy was pointed towards this opportunity that you saw as being revolutionary, abundant, expansive, but then it's like it stagnated, or the potential just kind of dispersed for some reason. Okay. Can you tell me so you're not expecting yourself to be committed to courageously making a particular choice, is what this is saying. Because this is you being committed, right? And this is what you're committed to. Releasing yourself from fear, so liberating yourself from a self-imposed fear of the mind that comes from like overthinking, ruminating, or assuming the worst. And you're fearlessly, or not fearlessly, but bravely making a decision to commit to something. So I want to know what it is that you are choosing to commit to. What are you choosing to commit to? Scorpio. What is Scorpio choosing to commit to? With the Hierophant here. What are they what are they courageously? I keep saying fearless, but there's always some element of like, fear is a human thing. You don't have to be, you know, consumed by the fear. You're not waiting. You're dissolving some sort of influence. At one point, it feels like there was mutual attraction, or there was connecting, there was stimulation, almost like a very strong natural magnetism and genuine affection between you and someone. And I feel like you're sort of resolved or determined, like, to not compromise, but to actually diffuse this, to not allow this to be an influence on you anymore. So it's like you are pushing in the direction of retreat, and you're pushing strongly. You are very set on not waiting. Oh, I just realized there's boobs on there. You're very set on not waiting. But this card says perseverance, taking care of essentials, restraint, leaving well enough alone, moderation, and right timing. So let me clarify that a little bit more. Because I don't know if this is just impatience, like you're looking at something as the Wheel of Fortune in reverse. And because it is in a state of, maybe something is pulled back from you and it doesn't appear to be moving, so you're labeling it as not being abundant. But it could be just a lack of patience. I don't know. You could be seeing someone being composed as them being detached or something. Or, yeah, there's something there about that. But you're like, I'm not waiting. I don't want to be patient. There's something about the other part involved is in quite a composed, self-regulating energy. And they're not really in a hurry. But I feel like you could be taking that as like, this is not prosperous. This is not good fortune. It's not going to be successful. Or it's not going to be mine. And so it's almost like what you don't see coming is you're making a choice to commit to not persevering through something. But taking care of essentials, restraint, not restraining yourself, not being moderated, not being aligned with the right timing. There's something about like you actually are meant to be a little more patient, I feel like. I think that you're moving this way out of a state of internal conflict. So, because your advice is the Five of Wands in reverse, there's an internal state of conflict that needs to be resolved here. And I feel like that is kind of what is fueling, or it's motivating you at this time. So it's not necessarily what you truly want or feel that's motivating you, is what I'm seeing. And this could be reversed if you're involved with someone that is going through this. But I feel like there's something that is loyal and adaptable and wants to cooperate or be reliable or even offer guidance. But it kind of requires that you I don't know, there's something you're not changing. You're meant to start a new cycle in order to step into alignment with whatever this is. So if that's what you truly want, if you truly want to develop and progress with something, then I feel like there's a turning point, something that is meant to close out. And it has something to do with trying to control the timing, being impatient. I feel as though there's meant to be like a softer approach taken, a more moderate approach that keeps coming through. That's what's truly going to penetrate or like get you where you want to be. Not like a violent, pushy approach where you're very structured and you're like, no, it's my way or the highway, or this is like, I'm pushing forwards. Okay. But there's something that is meant to be approached a different way. Something where I feel like you're meant to have faith. And it's not the same as waiting. It's being patient and responsive to what you naturally feel devoted to from an intuitive place. And it's interesting because there's something that you're breaking out of in terms of, you're meant to break out of something, like I said before, didn't I say you're breaking out of family, some sort of generational or ancestral karma? In order to come together with something, there's something that you need to break out of. There's a cycle that's meant to close, and it has to do with your family or something that you've learned. There's something about a lack of discipline in regards to nourishing your own well-being, or even nourishing or providing for others in order to create balance. There is something that you are devoted to and you do want to support or be responsive to, but it does require patience, because I feel like that thing is also on its own journey. If it's a person, then it's like they're on their own pilgrimage as well. And so it's seeming like you can't force something to come together the way that you would have it, because this is something that is on the universe's time, or it's bigger than just you. It's not something you can control. Okay, so what is the internal conflict here with the advice for Scorpio with the Five of Wands? What is the Five of Wands for Scorpio that they're meant to kind of resolve or reconcile within themselves? Abundance. It feels like there's something with your family here where it's meant to be practical, it's meant to be structured, it's meant to be traditional, you're meant to be in control of it. You dictate the timing of how something unfolds. It's very like, and that's not how the universe works. So it almost feels like there's something here where you're not confident receiving something that you actually feel is very abundant and fertile and ripe, but not controllable. Like it's like harvest season, you're reaping rewards and it is the culmination of something, but it wants to come to you on its own terms. It wants to choose or claim you, and you want to choose or claim it, and then you would receive this opportunity, you would receive this person, right? There's something about in terms of your family, something where you were meant to choose, again, something that you could fully control every step of the way. You could micromanage. It wasn't really intimate. It was more... something here about not marrying, like, not coming together with something that truly brings you joy necessarily, because it's not about that. It's more about pairing with like something like, this would be like, you need to marry someone who has a rich family so that we can continue that in our bloodline, or you need to marry someone that, again, it's not about intimacy, intimate relationships in reverse. It's not about this person being your kindred spirit. So it's like, this would be like, you're not looking for a partner that you actually love or that is actually your best friend. It's just like, this makes sense in terms of practicality and carrying something forwards traditionally or in the bloodline, or there's some sort of familial karma here. It's tied to the masculine more so, like the patriarchal figure, the father figure. Control issues. Not being able to receive the feminine. So if you always feel that you have to dictate and control, right? Too much structure, no adaptability. And when everything has to be on your terms, then you're not open to receiving someone giving generously on their own terms. So there's something there where you learned something and you're trying to drop it now. But it's interesting because I see you kind of dropping the wrong thing though, a little bit. Because here you're telling me that you're dropping something that you're not seeing it change. But I kind of think the reason that it's not changing is because you're not changing. I feel that there's an old structure that kind of needs to be overthrown. And it's going to require patience and courage because it's something that's deeply rooted, but it does feel like this is part of why you're here in this life. You are like the one who's meant to break this for your family, or you have an opportunity to break it for your family, but you have to take that opportunity. That's what that's coming through as. So this feels challenging, but it kind of feels like you are misunderstanding what really needs to be broken out of. I feel like you are meant to adapt to a more abundant outcome rather than drop something because you're not seeing immediately the change that you want to, like, it's like you want something to culminate a very specific way in a very specific time. It would be like a farmer being like, my crops must be ready on this day at this time. And it's like, nature is going to do its thing, buddy. You know, like nature is going to be nature. Fate is going to be fate. There's something here that is potentially very abundant, but there's something about your ability to surrender and receive that you're still at conflict about, and your advice is to look into that. What's the best approach that Scorpio can take to that, to see what they need to see in a positive way there? The Two of Wands, be open, be hopeful. The Page of Wands, down with the patriarchy. No, but there is something that you need to see clearly here. And I feel it's very much about a father figure or something that has been, it's like the I rule with the iron fist. And it's like, you don't have to carry that on though. In the past, you felt something very strongly emotionally and you felt magnetized and pulled towards that, but then it's almost like you didn't trust that as being love. The more you moved towards it, you felt like it was something toxic you had to move away from, but it was because you are not comfortable accepting true abundance. It's like, if you can't control it, it scares you. You feel like then it's a liability, not a gift, not abundance. But I feel like there's something to be realized here. You actually know how you feel about something and you want to leap into it. And this is something you've already experienced in the past. I feel like it's the thing that you're trying to release now. And you're looking at it like it's not for you. But I feel like this thing is actually just in a state of internal regulation, composure, and maybe healthy self detachment here so that it can renew or do some internal work on itself. So I do feel like there's abundance here. And again, it's not about waiting. It's more about seeing something clearly so that you can approach it the way that you really want to. Not even the way that it needs to be approached, but that too. But it's more like you actually want to approach this thing in a particular way, but there's something that's making you feel like you can't. And that is what is truly restricting you. So that is what needs to be addressed and looked at. That's what I'm seeing for you, okay? All right. Scorpio. Mwah. You know I love Zia. We're going to move on to Sag now, though. Scorpio gang gang. You know I love Zia. All right. And I'm a Scorpio rising with Pluto in Scorpio, conjunct. So in the first house, so like Scorpio, 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 all the Scorpio energetic signatures just piled on top of each other, amplifying each other. So when I call you out, I call me out too. So don't come for me. You can come for me. It's okay. I'm a Scorpio rising. I can handle it. Let's see. I won't take it personally. I won't take the stinging personal. Full of the same poison as you, baby. It's all good. All right. I need to go to the washroom again because I have sucked back an iced dirty chai and most of a coffee. So I'm going to need to just quickly go to the washroom. And then we're going to come back together. Mars and Saturn in Scorpio. Whoa, with your rising, dang. I love Scorpio energy though. Like even places where people are like, oh, that's a red flag. I'm like, is it? Or is it making me hot? Because I think it's making me hot. Yeah. Okay. It's just the way that Scorpios move, you know? It's probably my Scorpio rising, though, that is so drawn to that and having it in my first house. Like, it's just natural. I feel comfortable being around Scorpios because that's how I move. So then I'm like, I feel safe and seen by you guys. I don't feel judged by you guys the way that, you know, we can be misunderstood by a lot of other people. Who just, they don't really understand the darkness or the sensuality, or they're just not quite as comfortable with it as we are. So they kind of are awkward, like they don't really know how to engage with it. And I feel like sometimes we feel like we need to hold that back a little bit or kind of like reel it in. But I think it's sexy, to be honest. Passionate, brave. You can get it, Scorpio. You can get it. 10 out of 10 would do. All right. What is, yeah, I'm going to go to the washroom before I actually pull the cards. I'll be back in a moment, my loves. All right, I must procure some Tylenol because the thing I was waiting for happened at an inopportune time, but I do need some Tylenol. So let me try to find that, and I'll be back in a moment. But yeah, we're gonna need some drugs up in here. So, and potentially also a tiny bit of weed. We'll see how that goes. I'll be back in one moment though, you guys. Let me start with Tylenol and we'll see if that's enough. Okay, I have returned. Hello, my loves. Provocative. Yes, that's right. It's provocative. It gets the people going. All right, didn't even plan that. We love it though. Also, I lied. I needed to smoke a little bit. I'm not gonna lie. The first day, literally nothing takes a dent out of my cramps. Like nothing on this planet works for me, aside from our good friend Mary Jane. So that needed to happen. All right, hopefully we can get through the last 4 sides. Please God. Why is the timing always like women? Do you know what I mean? How come the timing's always the most inopportune timing? Okay. Sagittarius. Let me take a second. Just to re-ground and kind of get back into the vibe. Also, Luna's drinking from the sink, so I'm gonna need to turn that off for her in a moment, but let me Paulo a little bit here just to kind of really ground in. There seems to be a lot of, like, I wonder if there's, what are the stars and the planets doing right now? It just feels like there's a theme about relationships. And it's almost like our personal internal work is very much being reflected in our relationships at this time. I feel like that's kind of been like a thread or an ongoing theme kind of throughout this reading. Someone's car alarm is going off outside. I feel like that's important. That doesn't usually happen in this little tiny town that I live in. There's something about that. So I'm wondering what Venus is doing. Is she doing something? I think she was actually... Was there something this week about Venus and Pluto? That would make a lot of sense. It's like very dramatic potential like evolutions or turning points or transformations, things that really feel almost like magic because it's like an alchemical shift, something totally transforming if you're in the right place at the right time with the right mindset. This car alarm is going to distract me. I need to go turn off the sink. I don't know if she's done drinking yet. I haven't seen her come out. But there's something that feels that way. The Tower. I split it to the Tower. There's big shakeups happening. Whoa. The Six of Pentacles and the Devil. The Five of Coins in reverse behind that. People are choosing their karma. Holy shit. They're breaking out of the chains of injustice and they're choosing better for themselves. It's like people are starving. Oh my God, I love this. So you know how you break an energetic attachment or cord, you starve it, right? You don't feed it any energy, and everything is energy. So you really have to put it out of sight, out of mind. And you starve it. People are starving their attachments. And because of that, they're coming in from out of the cold in a really powerful way. And they're armed with love, with this open heart, this receptive heart. And I feel like there's a lot of success hiding around the corner. That's like we don't see it. This full moon could be really significant. This full moon is in your sign, Sagittarius. Yeah, that's really interesting energy. Okay, let me just go turn the sink off quickly. And then we're going to get into it. I still think she's still drinking, but girl, you're going to have to do less. Having enough for her nightly appearance. Loons. Luna. Whiskey head. She's like, hey, I hate this. I'm hating every moment of this. She's like, please let me go. Whatever. Later tonight, you'll be squished up so close to my head that I'm almost suffocating. Purring for no reason. I'm covered in hair. So don't even play. Her head is wet from the sink. Okay. Good. I feel more grounded in now. Okay, let's tune into Sagittarius. Cute. She's so cute. Oh, Sag. Your energy. Telling you guys saw me shuffle, but yeah, it still came out. But your focus is the Five of Coins in reverse. So This is so interesting. It's like you're embodying your shadow in order to shine light on it. It's almost like you're playing the game to learn the game so that you can win the game. The only thing is, be careful, because you're playing against the devil. So just know your opponent. But your opponent is really just an aspect of self. And you're trying to bring light or awareness courageously to the places of you that are the most insecure, the most careless, the most wounded, the most stagnant, the places. It's kind of coming through as though these are not your natural strengths, and so you didn't necessarily invest the most into them because you prioritized naturally the things that you're more successful at or the things that you're better at, is kind of how it's coming through. And so now there's like a little bit of a distance between, it's like you're really good and evolved in certain areas, but you were already strong there, and now you're going into your unconscious to shine light on the things that have maybe been a little bit neglected, or just not prioritized. I don't know what state things are in, but they're in enough of a state that you feel as though they are creating some sort of instability or scarcity in your life, I think. Maybe in regards to love. I just split it to the Queen of Cups again, but I'm not going to take that. I'm just going to let the rest of the cards fall out. But this is very interesting. Oh, my stomach does not hurt. I am grateful for that. Okay. King of Swords. Okay. I like the approach you're taking. Confident but level-headed. With, okay, yeah. You're so smart. Like, there's a reason that you are the sign that is tied to expansion and reaching for the stars and higher learning. But expansion by its very nature means pushing out into the unknown, like where you haven't gone before. That's how you expand, right? That's the definition of it. And that takes a lot of bravery and guts, but it also takes intelligence, like strategy. You don't want to just go wild, and it would be like if the first explorers of Earth didn't have a plan. One day they're just like, wah, 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 and they just go and get in like a paddle boat, you know? I'm seeing you take an extremely thought out and intelligent approach to the integration of some shadow aspect of self that is deteriorating you, and it's ready to be healed. And I see you healing this relatively quickly, and then there's a huge influx of energy because this was deteriorating. Again, it was creating maybe more resistance than you realized. Crap, I didn't timestamp you. I'll have to go back and find you. But yeah, that's what I feel about that. This is really positive. And I think like once you dip your toe and you're like, oh, this isn't even that scary. Like I'm not even stressed out. And any butterflies or hesitation you might have had, it's like when you start, what's a good example of this, I guess healing is, it's like, or even going to the gym or something. it might be stressful at first, and you know that it's a process that's not really linear. So there's the hesitancy, or there's like the is the juice worth the squeeze kind of vibe. But then once you start investing, you start facing your fears, you start feeling good. It's almost like when a people pleaser starts saying no and it feels so good. You're like, I'm addicted to saying no. And it's something you were afraid of. And then you lean into it and you're like, damn, this feels good. Damn, it feels good to be a gangsta, you know? So Sagittarian. Damn, it feels good to offload all this bullshit that's just been sitting there sucking me dry. Suddenly I have what I've always had, but I just didn't realize was all tied up. It's infinite manifesting energy. It's like you are just so free and open. Yeah, you're clearer too in some way. But your energy is the devil. Your current focus is the Five of Coins in reverse, as we already said. I want to clarify with an oracle card. There's something about this moving really fast, though, too, once you put it in motion. And I don't think that is... Yeah, it's because it's in a perfect state of flow. It's like things just work. You are inspired. You're connected to your higher self, your creative life force energy. Again, right? I said there is that influx with the Ace of Wands. It's coming back to you, or you're feeling lit up again. You're feeling connected and in flow to yourself or with yourself. And I feel like you are rapidly closing that gap that we were talking about, like very rapidly. You're on the fast track to closing that gap. Okay. Yeah, I want to use this deck for you. Let me see. I want to see what shadow element this is specifically. It might be more than just one for you, but tell me about the devil. Creativity and unlimited possibilities. I said that with the Magician, right? Unlimited manifestation potential, unlimited possibilities, creative potential. That's literally unlimited manifestation potential. But why is this shadowy? Because you're Jupiter, you are expansion, you are always tapped into this energy. But when it's fueled, when there's a part of you that's not being loved correctly or fully, and it's not because you don't want to love it or you're not capable, but it's because it's one of those neglected places that wasn't always prioritized, right? It's the gap is closing on these spaces because you're going there and you're pouring love. All of a sudden I feel like I just want to cry. It's you are the knight in shining armor, slaying the dragon and rescuing the princess and having the life of your dreams, and you are the knight, the dragon, and the princess. You're all of them. You're retrieving a part of yourself by, kind of valiantly integrating another part, making it work for you. You're slingshotting yourself too. It's so natural. You're really in flow with that Jupiter energy, I feel. And it's also because it's coming from the right place. It's coming from an ascended place, not a place of lack. And you have been doing this work. Like there's a struggle. You've put in the energy. I feel like at one point you were more comfortable with things that are difficult, like burdens, rather than receiving. It's coming in as with the devil and all that Capricornian energy. Oh, I'm feeling it in my solar plexus. It's like a need to prove your worth by struggling, by being burdened, by carrying a specific weight. This could be in your relationships, your friendships, I don't know, but there's something here where the energy exchange wasn't balanced. That's why it was such an energetic drain to you. Yeah. This is really big. Because you're going to be in this receptive energy instead of under this burden. You're gaining discernment, and it's shifting and balancing your entire perception of things. It's like calibration here with your life force energy as it returns to you. And you're also simultaneously understanding, as the magician, how you can channel that, how you can use that. Yeah. I like that so much. I love that. Okay, so the Six of Wands, the King of Swords, and the Three of Wands. This is what you don't see coming. This perspective shift is everything. You're calling in so much success and recognition as well. Like, there's something about your process of retrieving yourself that's very significant. Some of you are going to teach this to other people, or you're meant to share this knowledge in some way. However structured or non-structured that needs to be. I feel like there's creative potential here to share this. It's a huge opportunity. It's also going to be something you're passionate about. And I'm seeing people resonate and respond to this very strongly. Something about your process has to do with, you know, when you go on a hike through a heavily wooded area. Me talking like I do this. I don't do this. But I've heard of people doing this, okay? So it's like you, like, let me not be misleading about my hiking capacities here. They put a string from tree to tree so they can follow the string back out. They don't get lost in the woods. There's something about your process that has to do with that, because I'm seeing this as that. It's like a red string. And as you move into something, or maybe as you expand out into the unknown, into the horizon, it's like you are fading and blending into the horizon as you go through this expansion process. This is trippy as fuck. Is this what it's like to be a Sag? But that Jupiter energy of rapid ascension, again, you have an approach and a strategy that helps you feel anchored and safe while you do this work. And I think it's something that you have built, because I'm seeing you go into this particular opportunity with this already kind of like refined to a degree. But then I feel like when you share it, there's almost effortless success. It's almost like the next step in your expansion is sharing the steps of how you expand, how you ascend, how you create abundance for yourself, how you feel safe and brave enough to do the things that people witness you doing and don't know how the fuck you do it. Right? Sharing that. Seeing the value in that process and your energy and what you know, because you know a lot. Some of you are going to share this knowledge in a very creative way. So even like if you have a tarot channel, or, right, it's like, it's a way of sharing your personal experience and also channeling something creative through you, sharing your knowledge. The sexual energy card just came out. So maybe this is part of your process as well. Sexual energy is just life force energy. It's super divine. It's kind of like the physical manifestation of life force energy, or the manifestation of life force energy channeled like intentionally through our physicality almost. Did that make sense? That could be part of your process, your manifestation process, your process for expanding again. Maybe you, something very mental and strategic about it. It's like you perceive success, you visualize success, then you channel your energy into that vision, or you channel courage into yourself, or you set yourself up for success in some way. It's a combination of all these things. But the Two of Wands is your advice. I don't know how long I've been talking to you because I didn't do your timestamp. But I feel like it's been a while. Okay. There's something about resting at this crossroads. It's important that you do that. Yeah. Because something really big has shifted. Like a huge transformation has happened. And you need to honor your energy and the growth that's taken place, the rapid growth that's taken place. Some of you, you've gone through rapid psychic development, or again, like spiritual ascension. Yeah, again, because once this energy came and returned to you, once you went and retrieved it, or it flowed back into you here, because I'm seeing it as you go in, you locate the leak or the source of the energy drain, and then you're going as deep into the devil as you need to find that, but you're leaving this thread so that you can find your way back out. Then you get there, and how you repair the drain is you call all of your energy back to you. You pour love on that space, that wounded place. Bring it up to speed in terms of consciousness and healing with the rest of you that you had prioritized. And it unlocks new, unlimited potential and creative possibility. So this is it's kind of a big deal. You could say that this is a big deal. So they want you to just kind of take a beat at this crossroads. Don't rush yourself. The Ace of Swords, there's also still something else, a truth that does want to come in. There's still a truth, yeah. There's also one last message coming through that some of you have been, it's like this truth that still is being revealed to you. This might not resonate with everybody, but I'm being told most of you in some way. So there's a way that you've kind of been masochistically taking from yourself. And it's like you have been creating some level of confusion emotionally for yourself. It's like a trickle-down effect, though. I'm seeing it as ruminating or going over in your head about something that you can't possibly know. So it's like you're assuming all of the worst case scenarios, maybe. Like, let's say you broke up with someone and you're like, I don't know if there's another person involved, a third party, or if there ever was, or it's like you're not in contact with this person. You may not have access to that information, but you're going over it and creating fear or paranoia or insecurity or just confusion. Something is muddling, but I'm seeing this as your mind trickling into your emotions, and then it's taking from you. And part of the reason why they want you to rest is because renew this as well. It's like something that the truth is, it doesn't really need more of your attention. Yeah. Something about that. So that's what I see for you. But overall, I think you're doing a beautiful job. But there is something that I do want to say. It's a tiny bit of a warning from Spirit. It's like, seek and you will find eventually, and you could end up keeping yourself stuck longer than, like, it's almost coming through as this is something that you don't really need to think a lot more about. You don't need to think more about it. You already know what you need to know in order to create closure and move on. But it's almost coming through as a way that you're either punishing yourself, hurting yourself masochistically as a way of maybe staying connected to something, maybe something that you like kind of toxically low-key enjoy giving to, which don't, like, girl, I get it, honey. I get it. When the good D is connected to a demon, you know? It's something like that. And there's still some sort of pull, magnetic attraction or something to someone or a habit that you do kind of enjoy. It's like your favorite mistake to make, you know? But Spirit is saying that the truth of that will become clearer and clearer to you until it is undeniable. And if you're seeking as a way of kind of like extending your connection to that thing, you're hurting yourself. You're going to find stuff that's going to hurt you because you're looking for it. And you're setting yourself back on this expansion. So you can probably bypass some of that. Okay? I love you, Sagittarius. Enjoy this full moon in your sign. All right, moving on to Capricorn. Woo-hoo. Sagittarius. Inspiring reading. We love to see it. Okay. Happy. Let's see. Let's remember to do the time. Yes. Okay, let's tune into Capricorn's energy. What do they not see coming that they need to be aware of, or that it would help them to be aware of? Okay. Yeah. Okay, let's get your That energy like demanded attention, so that could definitely be something as well for you. It's kind of like a serious energy. Okay. Hi, Capricorn. So, yeah, let's see what you don't see coming. It feels kind of serious, and it really sucked me into it. Like, Sagittarian's energy was challenging, but bubbly and kind of expressive, and yours feels a lot more, I don't know, it's like so sober? Can you tell me about this Capricorn's energy here? But your energy is the Six of Cups, and then your current focus is the Tower in reverse, which is Mars energy. You have a lot of fire energy here. You have the Queen of Wands, Temperance, which is Sag, and then Mars, which is the Tower. And then you also have a lot of water, though. But I feel that the emotional stuff is more in the past with the Six of Cups. Shift, yeah. There's been a shift. It kind of feels like out of your emotions and into your confidence or into your solar plexus. Not that you've shut down your heart, but it's like there's a balance there now, is what that feels like. Something in the past helped you facilitate this, and you're kind of witnessing the change now. You're recognizing it. It's almost one of those things where you're revisiting the past because you're far enough removed from it, it seems like, that you can kind of, I don't know, you have perspective. Excuse me. For some of you, you are, my throat's getting kind of sore. You feel like you dodged a bullet with that Tower in reverse. The more perspective you get, the more you see how you weren't seeing things completely clear before. It's weird too, because it's like something was destroying you or attacking you from within. It's like it was one of those the call is coming from inside the house moments. Because see how in this tower there's like a monster inside the tower? And it's like this, you didn't see it. The eye is detached. Something shifted though, and now you're like, whoa, that was a close one. That was a close call or something like that. I didn't even ask for that, and it just flew out. The bottom of the deck is boundaries. I swear to God, you can't make this up. Literally, it has a monster on it. Spirit is so... ridiculous in the best way. There is a physical boundary that was put into, it was like instated here against something shadowy. For some of you, it was like actual energetic connection. You've broken a connection, or you shifted into a new paradigm or a new timeline, or you moved, you made a significant shift. And it's because you're moving different. So then your reality is different as a result. You're projecting something, a stronger energy of confidence, genuine confidence, and embodiment of self, sovereignty with all that solar plexus energy. Something actually like protecting yourself from something, defending something off, and then realizing now that that was the right choice is giving you a boost of confidence, because you're like, I fucking knew it. You know, it feels like something's being validated here. So maybe if this is a person, someone's shadow is coming out, and you're like, knew I walked away for a reason, knew I had that gut feeling for a reason, knew I set that boundary for a reason, you know? It was coming from a tempered and healed and transformed place, you being focused and at home within yourself. It almost feels like someone is jealous of you. There was someone, it's coming through as evil eye energy, which is really just like everything that you think or say is a spell. It's magic, right? Abracadabra. As I think, as I speak, I create. I speak my reality into existence. And so when we're jealous or when we're comparing ourselves or thinking poorly of somebody, we're actually projecting that energy outwards towards them. And that's what the evil eye is. So it can be jealousy, resentment, blah, 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 whatever. But I'm seeing someone see you as being very connected to good fortune, very naturally confident or charismatic, connected to the divine, magical, zen, and just in tune. And it's like their shadow feels triggered by that because you trust in the good in the universe and you're grounded in your truth and protected. And this person, it feels like, has a very stormy existence. It's because they're existing in their shadow, right? It's because a large part of them is unconscious, like veiled. And so they're kind of acting in a certain level of ignorance. Like if the shadow is the unconscious and this person is in their shadow, then they're not really awake, right? They're in their ego, they're in their triggered self, they're in their lower self, and that is what is manifesting. I feel like there was a pretty big energy exchange between you and this person at one point in time. It could be someone that you were sexually involved with, or just someone that you gave a lot of attention to. You invested a lot of energy in some way, whether that was thought, actual time, effort, your physical self, your love, whatever that was. So what you don't see coming is Temperance, the Knight of Cups, and the Queen of Wands. I feel like this is literally a divine, like, angelic blessing. And I feel like if this was demon dick over here in their shadow energy, then this is like an angel, an earth angel, but they still sexy as hell. Don't worry. They're still sexy as hell. You are going to be like, this person is coming through as the whole package. The whole package. They're emotionally available. They are grounded. They're self-regulated. They're confident, genuinely confident, not ego confident. They could have Scorpio in their chart. They're very connected to the heart. They express themselves very much from the heart. It's almost like the way they live life is this like proclamation of, yeah, more life, more life. Good morning, good afternoon, good night. I'm here to talk about more life. This person is very like easy come, easy go. They could definitely have Scorpio in their chart strongly. They're okay with releasing. They don't get attached to things in a negative way. And it's because they are balanced. They have this harmony, this temperance within themselves. So they're not seeking it outside of themselves. But temperance is like an angelic energy. I mean, it's Sagittarius. This person has an open heart, though. They know what they want. They're not afraid to take action. They're adventurous, but balanced, not irresponsible. they feel safe, but they also feel brave and like they've experienced a lot. They have a lot of knowledge. They're connected to their own cosmic guidance in some way. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. There's a lesson that you learned here or something that you broke out of karmically. And this is gifted to you as a direct reflection of that. It's like there's something you avoided, you protected yourself from it. And as you denied or dodged this, as you took your energy back from that and you started investing it into something else, like your awareness of yourself, your most authentic self, embodying that unapologetically, etc., becoming more in tune with your desires, not your toxic attachments, but your desires. The more that you've done that and tuned into yourself in that way, this has tuned into you. And so now you're aligning with someone that is very karmically meant for you as like a karmic gift, though, as good karma. And it's very balanced. This connection is incredibly balanced. It's reciprocity. It's reciprocity of desire, investment, emotion, loyalty. Whereas I feel like whatever this was in the past, it was not. It really didn't have a lot to offer. And what it did have to offer, I feel like it's scattered amongst a lot, if you know what I'm saying. Like, I feel like if this was a person, they had a lot of options, or they were just not loyal, trustworthy, committed, and it's because they're in their ego, they're unconscious, they're not taking accountability. Yeah, this is something you had to cleanse out spiritually. It's like there was something that spiritually about this was a little bit dirty. Like there needed to be a boundary and then healing and cleansing. So this is like you did dodge a bullet, in fact, an energetic and spiritual bullet. And then you align yourself with something, and that's what you're not seeing, that this is your good karma. So the Page of Cups is your advice. I feel like it's just be open to this opportunity. Like, trust it. It's something good. And it's coming to you. It's very clear cut. It's like A plus B equals C. You did the work. You made this shift. And because you shifted the way that you see yourself and this situation that you were invested in, you pulled your power back and you redefined yourself. So then you redefined your reality and the way you move. Reality shifted around you. You moved from a heavy karmic path of attachment into this. And it did not happen by accident. Like this, you did something. So this is a reward. But it's also just the natural reaction. Tell me a little bit about this Page of Cups. It's veiled. It's something you're not expecting that's already on its way to you. For some of you, this is someone that you already know that has healed in a very significant way. And you do not expect this person to come back. This is not the first person that you think of when I mention someone coming back. This is someone that you would be genuinely shocked. it's veiled to you. You are not anticipating this. And I feel like it's for a reason, because you would maybe, I don't know, there's something about you needing to be almost caught off guard or open when this comes through. You're not open in like a vulnerable way, in a negative way, like you're exposed though. But there's something that's coming towards you with a passionate, fiery truth that is weighing on them. And it could come to light. This could come to light around the time of the full moon, which is in a few days. It could be that a falling out between you and someone some time ago put them in, maybe you didn't see this, but internally it did impact them. It influenced them quite a bit. And it pushed them into a state of internal meditation, and quite a large transformation happened for them in that place. They were able to transmute and release and heal a lot. They were guided, they grounded. This person has shifted a lot. They've learned a lot. Yeah. So I feel like listen to what they've learned. Give them a chance to tell you or to show you. Because it's interesting. It feels like you and this person have kind of grown together and expanded together parallel. And now your paths are crossing again. And I don't feel like you're going to expect it. But the last time you came into contact with this person, the two of you may have been more in your shadow, more, again, like less evolved or less self-aware than you are now. I don't know. It just feels like a lot has changed, though. I don't know why, but that is making me smile. It's just making me feel kind of giddy. This is something you are going to be pleasantly surprised by, but you're not expecting it. You're not. You are not. Don't be afraid either. I just accidentally pulled the 8 of Swords out. Don't be afraid. It's nothing to be afraid of. For some of you, this person has Leo in their chart. Okay. We're moving on to Aquarius. Your reading was so to the point, Capricorn. I love that, though. Hi, Kat. Okay. That was cute. I like that. We're only at 5 hours and 33 minutes. Last time it was like almost 9 hours that I was live. I was like, okay. It's a little excessive, guys. Can we please help me focus and channel somewhat more efficiently? I guess my message was received. My request was received. What's up, Mito? Tell me about Aquarius, what they don't see coming, what they need to be aware of. Okay. The messages are just coming through immediately, so yeah. That's just a thing that's happening tonight, I guess. With everybody. What's up, Aqua? Okay, I was shuffling the deck and I've kind of just been letting the cards that want to fall out, and then the ones that don't, I'm just like, I shuffle a different way where I pull them in sequence. And there's more structure to it, but I haven't been like doing it one way. I've just been letting it, the way that each sign's energy chooses to come through, kind of like also inform me intuitively. And yours, I was pulling it with the structured approach, and I felt it like try to jump out, but then it didn't. And intuitively I heard like, I am containing my rebellion in some area. So there's something where you, I feel like, are tempted to either burn it all down or rebel in some way. Act like a brat a little bit, I feel like. Brat mode initiated. Trust my Aquarians to bring a little kink into the reading. Let's see. Okay. Okay, clarify. Yeah. So that's what I'm kind of seeing. Sorry, I'm getting sucked into the energy. But your energy is coming out as the Ace of Pentacles in reverse, and your current focus is the World in reverse. So it's interesting. It's like the macro and the micro are very connected, and I feel like you're kind of looking at this is so Aquarian. It's like you're flipping the switch back and forth from being in the details of something to being in like the zoomed out perspective of something. But I'm seeing it like a camera, zoom in and then zoom out. Like you're doing it basically effortlessly because you're intelligent, you're fixed earth, you're the most evolved, or fixed air, and you're the most evolved air sign. So it's like you're making it look easy, but there is something to this. Okay. You're in the energy, though, of not giving to something or letting an opportunity pass you by, even though you're seeing it as a cycle that is not fully reconciled or closed yet. It's almost coming through as like you're creating your own closure through being like, fuck it, I don't really need closure. And maybe it's just the walking away without burning it all down, without like an act of rebellion, you know? That is what you're having to kind of restrain yourself, because there's a part of you, I feel like, that wants to do that. It's like you want to go out with a little bit of a bang, or you wouldn't be opposed to it. What's the Ace of Pentacles in reverse that Aqua's in this energy? But I'm seeing you, yeah, as not being too torn up over an opportunity closing out, or you just passing it by, or letting it slip out of your hands. And I'm seeing it as like, this might surprise you, but I feel like your feelings around this opportunity are going to change. And I don't know, I'll see if I can get more info on why that's happening, like what's causing that shift. It might be different for all of you. But it's like you're seeing this opportunity as kind of a headache. Yeah, literally. The Sun in Aquarius card, idealism, in the reverse. You're like, this is not ideal, to say the least. It's literally your energy. You're telling me this is not aligned with me. This is not on my level. This is not in my vibe. This is not ideal. I'm no longer attracted to this the way that I was before, because I wasn't really seeing it clearly before. Maybe you just didn't want to be alone. You didn't want to be isolated. You decided to just keep your eye on something without pulling yourself out of it necessarily, even though you weren't optimistic and you didn't really feel super fulfilled. What's the World in reverse? You're seeing this as being, you're like, this is a headache. This is not abundant. This is not moving back towards me. And I'm grateful for that. Not only am I just okay with that, but I'm grateful for for that. There could be something, like if this was a relationship, which I feel like for a lot of you this could have been, it's something where it's like they didn't take an original approach. They tried to manipulate the situation and act in such a way that they left in the more powerful state. Like, I won, I left first, or I said the worst thing, or I never committed, I always kept my options open, I kept my heart closed, even though I was anxious and overthinking and strategizing and playing games the whole time, and you weren't. You know, it's like they're like, I won. And this person, if this was a relationship, they may have exited, like just ghosted. So they left things open, and they did that for a reason. They took this opportunity, but left the door open for a reason. And it was because they wanted you to be in a state of unease about it. They wanted you to be like, to not have the closure. That was a strategic thing. So yeah, this person's not aligned with you, not even close, and that is a good thing. That is a great thing, because I would be concerned for you if you were in this person's energy, and I see why you're becoming, but it's like you're seeing something so clear, and it's almost coming through like you're waking up out of a bit of a dream. So I don't know if maybe there was like, maybe you were having some sort of Neptunian kind of influence. It feels like you've been under some illusion, or you've been, I don't know, you got lost in the sauce of something. Maybe it's because this person is intelligent and they are strategic, but they just use their intelligence and strategy in like a very different way than you. They use it in a shadowy, manipulative way. Yeah. It's like they feel like if they leave the door open, then the opportunity is going to be there. This person is so entitled. Yeah. They won't negotiate. They're very stubborn. They're like, it's my way or the highway. I get what I want. And if you criticize me, I impulsively push you away. I go fulfill myself elsewhere. But now they're seeing you like not restless about it, not sitting by the phone pining, you know? It's like, no, if the loss of them brings you peace, you did not lose anything, you know? Because it's like, this person is a freaking headache, but they're still back here like, whoa, trying to get your attention. And you're like, what? You're just not into it. And I feel like this person actually is clowning a little bit. Like that is how the energy's coming through. I'm not trying to be critical either, but it's like it is coming through as someone who very foolishly devalued you, left the door open on their way out, and legitimately expected you to just be where they left you when they came back, whenever they decided to come back. No. If you think an Aquarius is going to sit and wait while you do that, it's like, what? And again, this was strategic. This is like a refined thing. It's very manipulative. You don't have to label it anything, but it is manipulative as fuck. And it's thought out. It's like organized and put together, and it's something that's worked for them in the past, maybe just with you or maybe with a lot of people. I'm feeling like it's with more people than just you. This is something that they do. But it's like, it's not a secret. They're devoted to order and control. And I feel like it's extreme too. they need it or else they unravel. This is someone who's like very, 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 very ego and validation driven. So I feel like you're seeing that now, and you might see it in the near future as well, because what you don't see coming is this Five of Swords, Ten of Pentacles in reverse, Eight of Wands in reverse. It's like, I feel as though you have, again, you've gained perspective, right? I said the further away from this thing that you get, the more okay with you, even if that's internally, the more healthily detached you get from the idea of this opportunity being for you, the more you see how not ideal it is. And then I feel like in the near future, what you don't see coming is that this person comes back exactly as they planned, expecting to find you exactly where they left you, and you're not there. You're worlds away from there. And they're like, what? I haven't moved at all. Literally not an inch. So, I don't know. It's kind of coming through as being like a little bit awkward though, because it's like they expected you to just sit there, not put up boundaries, unprotected and broken down by their approach, so that they could come back and just achieve what they want. And then they could dictate the terms of things, and they can view you as a resource from a detached place, and you will not be resistant to them. This was like a control strategy, and this feels super narky. I don't like this. This person's not looking for control, or not looking for harmony, but they're also not, they don't want someone that's gonna put up a fight. They want, yeah, I just split the deck to devotion and control. They want to control everything, and they want someone to be like unquestionably devoted to them. And they're so in their ego that they are, I don't know. I don't feel like any remorse. They're just in this very ostentatious energy here. But they're not going to get the authority over you that they were expecting in this situation. And I feel like you're not seeing this coming, and it honestly kind of shocks you a little bit, but it gives you such a degree of clarity that if you weren't already okay with creating a level of closure for yourself, like you're very okay with it after you witness this, because you're just, I don't know, it's a boner killer, you know? It's like it's a turn off. It's not attractive. Someone playing games, manipulating, using another person, trying to control, and perceiving that sort of weakness and cowardice as power and abuse. It's abuse. Shows like a very large chasm between this person and reality, which is a little dangerous, to be honest. And I've been in a very abusive relationship with someone exactly like this. So, yeah. But just be careful, and you're very intelligent, Aqua. Like, I think you see this clearly now. But this person also has a level of intelligence, and this is exactly like my ex as well. It's not so much intelligence as it is a refined, manipulative tactic or strategy that they have tested on a bunch of people, not to trigger you, right? But they've tested it. They've, organized it in such a way it's worked for them. And it's predictable once you see it. It follows a pattern once you see it. But when you're not looking for it or expecting it, you're probably not going to see it, because you are not someone that is so jaded by the world or so ego driven that you're in that constant state of fight or flight and needing to protect yourself and question everybody and play games to manipulate everybody to have this weird idea of control. It's like everything is a competition, but no one is playing except for you. Not you, but like this person, right? But yeah, I feel like what you're not seeing coming is this person comes in and they're exactly where you left them, and they're shocked, and they're trying to play these games. They're trying to... What's the Ten of Pentacles in reverse? Convention and independence in reverse. What? They want you to be attached. This person was trying to get you toxically attached to them. And it's because you weren't submitting. You weren't submitting to them. And so they were like, I've gotta find a way to influence them, like, deeply, so I guess I'll create this void of restlessness and make them overthink me and, like, obsess over me, and then I'll come back. It's not, yeah, I don't like the vibes. And this might not be everybody's reading, so don't take it if it's not for you, okay? But you already see this, like... You're seeing the situation as less than ideal, but I feel like you're not seeing the level of this coming. But now that you have a bit of perspective and then it returns, now that you know what you're looking for, I do feel like there's something that you don't see coming. Like, it does kind of shock you a little bit. So just be prepared for that. And it doesn't have to be terrible, but again, it's what you don't see coming, right? So there's a reason why Spirit wanted to highlight this for your reading. It might catch you a little bit off guard, but ultimately this person is seeking to very much, like, I'm seeing this as, like, put you in a box. The Ten of Pentacles in reverse is almost coming through like, this isn't a home, this is a jail cell. Like, it's like they want to tame your rebellious nature or make you what they want you to be, and I feel like you were never going to do that. You were never, you know, there was no way in hell that an Aquarian was ever going to submit to that bullshit. But this person is going to be shocked by this, believe it or not. So the Knight of Cups is your advice. Okay, why is the Knight of Cups Aquarian's advice? Wow. A part of you is going to be pissed off by this. And I totally get it. But yeah, it's like when you see it clearly, a part of you is going to be like, hold me back, because I'm going to punch that motherfucker in the jugular, you know? It's like there's a part of you that really does want to get pissed. And I feel like there's a challenge to, maybe that's why Spirit's kind of giving you the heads up too. They're like, you're going to be pissed, okay? You're going to want heads to roll here. There's going to be a part of you that is like, nah, this bitch is not getting off the hook that easy. You're going to want to, you know, stir some shit up. But what this is really saying is the best revenge is the lack of harmony that this person will have watching you move forwards, not becoming this egoic, reactive, low vibrational version of yourself that is sinking to their level, because this is where they're comfortable playing. And I feel like you can't really win against them here, because this is them, not because they're more intelligent than you, but because they created the game. They know the game. You come in with your torch, which is powerful and all, but it's like, you know, this person is, they function in this way and you don't. And that's a good thing, again, right? But the best revenge is moving on unbothered with your heart still on your sleeve and getting what you actually deserve. If you want to talk about what's going to, maybe the only thing that's really going to influence like someone who's very narcissistic, not being affected and moving on. Like, I have no need for revenge. I'm no longer yours. And I don't think about you at all. Anyways, I wish you the best. Bye. You know? And it's like, bitch. That's the approach I feel like to take. And it's not to try to hurt people, but it's like, that is literally you in your power, and you, that is what is fair. That is what is just. That is this person's karma. That is your revenge. And I don't think you're actually seeking it, but there is going to be a moment where you're pissed. And rightfully so. So I feel like find a way to honor that, or the heavier emotions that might come up. I'm hearing like disgust. Like, you are really gonna see, maybe this feels like a mask slip, like someone was still somewhat holding up, like trying to come off a certain way to you, but now they're asserting the fullness of their authority towards you because they're becoming aware that their trap didn't work. It didn't lure you in. They're not going to get what they want. And so they're like, fuck it. And then it's like, they're not bluffing anymore. Now that you're not an open resource to them, they are, I don't know. They're just going to tell you. Something. There's also something about something that they were protecting that your intuition was correct about. I don't know why that's coming through as a last message, but you're going to find out that this person's very status driven, and there's something that they didn't want to lose, that you would have possibly compromised. I don't know, like an inheritance or something. I don't know, because it's, you don't fit inside the box. So for some of you, this person was trying to like make you more conventional. They're like, maybe if I can control Aquarius, I can make them fit into this little tiny box and just obey me. Then I can have it how I want. But no, I feel like that was never going to happen. So anyways, you dodged a bullet here, my friends. And yeah, I feel like you've already healed a lot from this, but you're going to gain extra information that, it's interesting, it would have made you insecure before. Like, this person, when they burn it down, they might tell you some things like, well, I always had a third party, or I don't know, I was committed to something else. I was committed to my freedom, my independence, my openness. I was committed to not committing to you or not investing seriously in you. There's something that would have like stressed you out, but now you're just like, this is coming directly from this person's ego, and it is a cry for love and attention, and it's like you feel genuinely bad for them. So yeah, that's what I see for you, okay? But don't get pulled back in. You can have empathy for people who, yeah, if you want to look at it one way, it's like, technically, people who are like narcissists or similar to that, right? They are like kind of the most deeply wounded people, and they never found a way to reconcile that wound, and so they kind of like became, it's like, I created a monster nobody wanted to see. Okay, we're not gonna sing Eminem here, but you know, it is that though. It's that vibe. They leaned into the dark side, and Luke, I am your father. That's all she wrote. But they do need love, but you have to give it to them from a place of having healthy boundaries for your own sanity. Please remember that empathy without boundaries is self-destruction, self-abandonment, okay? So don't do that, all right? Okay, we're moving on to Pisces. Last but never least, my beautiful fishy friends and family. Sorry, I'm trying to sit differently because just sitting cross-legged is giving my leg a cramp. So you will have to see my very white knee. Pisces. What does Pisces not see coming that they need to know, Spirit? What would you like me to reveal to my Pisces? Let's see. Something might be happening in 4 days for you. I very clearly heard 4, 3, 2, 1. So I don't know if that's for everybody, but I heard that very clearly. Who else got that? Okay. Wow. Okay. Sorry, this feels very significant, so just give me a second. Put your timestamp down here. Hi, Pisces. I hope you guys are doing well. Okay. So, the truth will set you free. I don't know, but I'm hearing that. So there is something that you don't see coming, and it is going to be revealed to you. It could be you being forced to face one of actually your biggest fears, but it's not something that you need to be afraid of. That's the beautiful thing about facing your biggest fears, is they become really small when you shine a light on them, right? It's like the monster in the closet when you turn the light on is just like, I don't know, your hamster that escaped its cage, like nestling into a sweater on the ground, rustling around, or something like that. It's not The scariest part is the fear that you have surrounding the fear itself. But then usually when you look at it, like nothing is so scary that you can't withstand it, right? So let me pull a couple oracle cards. But your energy is coming through as I want to say wounded. I was going to say tender because that sounds a little bit less like severe, and they were like, no, it's wounded. So it's coming through as triggered, almost like having salt rubbed in a wound a little bit. Keep in mind as well that this could be reversed for some of you as well. Like this could be someone that you're very closely connected to, or that you've been in some sort of, you have a contract within some sort of way, or a karmic cycle. That could be family, community, some sort of partnership. But why is Pisces the Page of Cups in reverse? So yeah, that's your energy. And then your current focus is the Wheel of Fortune in reverse. So that's Jupiter energy here. It kind of feels like you're viewing something as being like a fuck around and find out kind of vibe. Yeah, like a harsh truth. Yeah, look at this. Okay. You were at peace with your perception of something, it feels like, but you were maybe viewing it from the frame of a wound. Like you were seeing something through a wounded lens. So you might have been seeing something through an insecurity or trigger, a fear of abandonment or rejection, a fear of being too much or not enough, a fear of being alone or unlovable. Or not good. I heard not good. Some of you question whether you are actually like a good person. Bad people don't ask themselves or stay up worrying whether or not they're a good or a bad person, Pisces. But there's something here where you're looking at something as if it is a very harsh truth, that something was not the land of milk and honey, was not Treasure Island, and you're like, well, this sucks. Like, that is not all I imagined it to be. For some of you, this could be limerence as well. So it is kind of like a harsh truth. It is like a blindfold coming off. And if you don't know what limerence is, just Google it and see. But it's basically like a state of severe, it's like being in a deep state of fantasy surrounding something where you think about it so much and it has such a huge energetic influence on you that it's like you might assume that the other party, that it has the exact same influence on the other party, and it sometimes it does, but not always. So it's basically that kind of like shadow Neptunian energy, and that's your ruler, right? So we do fall prey to this sometimes. We can be in a complete state of delulu and be like so at home and at peace with it. And trust me, bitch, I'm a Pisces Sun, Pisces North Node. Try to tell me that I'm wrong. Just try me. So we can become so comfortably deluded at some times that we are literally not at conflict or chaos about it at all. We are just in a whole nother world. And then spirit usually comes in with the tower moment to literally burn it down because that's the only way that we're going to escape our own escapism of reality. And they're like, this is not gonna go the distance. I repeat, this is not going to mend. This cannot be built. You need to just let it go out to the sea. It's like, how spirit talks to us, right? And it's different with the Pisces because It's like a direct line that is always open when we're in our actual state of flow, right? The intuition tap is always on. Spirit's always whispering those sweet nothings in our ear. And when you don't want to hear the truth, that becomes problematic. So then it's like the escapism has to be so strong because the intuition is so strong. So that is why the shadow of Pisces in regards to the delusion and escapism is like that. Because normally when we're tapped into our intuition, we're tapped into the universe, connected to everything, totally open and discerning, able to kind of connect with that like collective consciousness, because Pisces is kind of about that. It's the last sign of the zodiac where everything goes to return to the same source and realize that there's been no division between us all along. But when you get separated from that, yeah, it becomes a little problematic. You can get very, very confused and tangled up. So what's the Wheel of Fortune in reverse? Because I'm seeing you look at something and you're like, that is not what I thought it was. That was not fair. That was some bullshit back there, in fact. And I feel like you've been painting it one way to make it more like acceptable to you. It's like you're like, let me just believe my lies for a little bit longer, because I know that, I think this is something you've been knowing. You're feeling like a change in the wind is coming. It could be that you feel that you are aligning more with something that is truly for you. And so then in order to do that, what is not for you is becoming more and more clear, so that you can release yourself from like an ongoing cycle and co-create something with like a true, fair, just union. But then you have to see what is not that clearly first. So it's like Spirit, again, aggressively pulling you out of Delulu land because they love you. And because you're remembering that you love you, right? And you deserve what is fair. Okay? So you're seeing something very clearly as having not been that. For some of you, it was a community, like a community of people that you were giving to or involved in. For others of you, it was a relationship, but something you thought you were co-creating something with someone, but really it was one-sided. It's like there was no exchange of gifts. This person was just taking, or this group was just taking. And I feel like now you've done some sort of healing, right? And you're in this beautiful, receptive, feminine energy, and it's very abundant. And it's like, now that you've leveled up and you're looking beautiful and you're in this glow up, right? You take your first step outside to smell the fresh air once you've released yourself from this bullshit cycle. And like, who drives by? Like, hey baby, I haven't talked to you in a while. It's the bullshit cycle, you know? It's like they can smell it on you. But that's kind of what I'm getting from this. But I do feel like you're seeing it for what it is. Like, you're seeing it as not being aligned with you, not resonating with you, not honoring you, not being something that you can trust or feel safe with. And it's like where you used to have a whole world that you had imagined and built around this opportunity or person, you can't see yourself in them anymore. You don't relate to them at all anymore, because what you were really seeing was the reflection of yourself in this person, and that's what you were actually attracted to and drawn to. But you're just more comfortable unconditionally loving other people than unconditionally loving yourself. I said what I said. So that's changing, I feel like, or you're being challenged to change that. And you should, Pisces. We should. What you're not seeing coming is the Eight of Swords, the Six of Cups, and the Magician in reverse. You got someone scared. Someone from the past is scared. What's the Magician in reverse? Serendipity, the fates at the bottom of the deck. This is something you didn't ask for, but you kind of... You had a deep knowing about something at one point. But I feel like something ended and you stopped asking why. You worked through something. You healed from something. You did the work. Whatever this was, you may have encountered it in the past when you were a little bit more in your shadow, or you weren't as spiritually evolved or self-aware. You've grown into yourself and your understanding of the world and spirituality a lot since the last time you encountered this. But there's something here that you did not manifest. You haven't been actively asking for something, but it comes in legitimately. Serendipity and the fates. This is the most universe thing that I've ever seen in my fucking life. Have you guys seen the movie? I'm channeling them. Is it called Serendipity? It has Kate. What's her last name? The sexy one with the dark hair. Kate. But no. All the Kate's last names are coming to me. Winslet, Blanchett, but not. They're not her. But that movie's coming through, so maybe you want to watch that. I think it's John Cusack that's in that with her. I can't remember. But it's basically about, like, if things are meant or fated to fall together, they will find a way. Trust me. And you won't even have to truly lift a finger. It will come down to you. Like, this is something that at one point you had a deep knowing about it. And the deep knowing was strong enough for you to eventually give yourself closure and let this go. And get to a point where you were like, if it's ever meant to connect again with me, then it will. What's up, Starlova? And I feel like it is. And I don't feel like you expect it at all. What is this, what's this Eight of Swords? This is like coming through as jump scare energy. Pisces. It's like, what is this? Mercury retrograde? But it's jump scare energy. It's like something from the past comes up and it's like, hey. And you're like, wasn't just pop out at me like that. Jeez, you're gonna give me a heart attack. But you're really not expecting this. But I want to know why this fear is because I feel like this is mixed. There's someone that's kind of afraid to approach you because maybe they acted like a bit of a schmuck in the past. They may have like ghosted you or breadcrumbed you, or it's like they knew that they could have emotional fulfillment with you, but instead they chose fear. Even though they felt the lover's connection with you, they rejected it. So there's a really strong like soul recognition, but because of fear, they rejected that. Yeah, they didn't put a solid effort into investing and fighting for this. Something in their headspace needed to change. They needed to see a perspective that they weren't seeing. But I also feel like this fear is you a little bit. It's like your immediate response, and I don't feel like it's like deep fear in the heart of you, like terror striking, but I do feel like it's kind of pointing to this person having hurt you in the past, and you're like, I'm happy to see you, but I'm also scared because seeing you again and not expecting to see you again. It's like when you see someone that you used to love in the street and you're not expecting to see them, and you're like Seeing their face feels so good, but your heart stops at the same time for a second. It's that energy. That's the energy exactly that it feels like. So maybe you've loved this person and lost them before. Tell me about this 8 of Swords. No, I'm just kidding. But what am I saying here, people? The 3 of Swords. This person's hurt you before. That's where the fear is coming from. Then there's a moment where you want to like overthink something and get really in your head about it. Because in the past, your wish fulfillment did not come from this. This is not something that you received in the past, obviously, or else it wouldn't be coming in now. There's some sort of justice coming in, and it's like the universe has lined this up and calibrated you with this. I feel like it's one of those things that's going to feel legitimately a little bit crazy to the point of being kind of trippy even for you, Pisces. Even though, you know, we've seen some shit. There's something about this that still shocks you, and you gotta fucking love spirit for that, right? The shock value. It's like right when you think you've seen everything, they come at you with this. But this is a beautiful surprise. And I think it's helping you slow down and see how far you've come. And there's something about how far this person has come as well, because you wouldn't be brought back together now. If you weren't in a genuine, healthy alignment, because you have the self-awareness that you didn't have before, and you're moving in it. You're seeing what is fair and what is not fair for you, and you're able to clearly discern. So then that's when the things that are fair for you come in. When you make certain choices about letting things that you see as not being aligned with you, you let them go. You make difficult decisions that are aligned with your morals, beliefs, and values. When the hardest thing and the right thing are the same, and you have to be strong. The universe rewards those choices. That is a form of manifestation. That's why fortune favors the bold, the brave. You do the right thing, you do get rewarded. There is some good in this world, and it's still worth fighting for. If anything is, come on. And you know that. So your advice is the 9 of Swords in reverse. Get out of your head. All right, let me clarify before I let you go, Pisces. Poised in reverse and the Observer in reverse. Breathe. You literally lose your breath. Like, this takes your breath away. This is something that is a story, a symphony that has already started. Now, for some of you, maybe this is a past life, but I feel like your reaction, it's like this life. This is something that closed, but the symphony was unfinished, because this is card number 10. So there was a closure, but I feel like it was a closure of a chapter. You haven't been holding your breath waiting for this, though. Like, you're not expecting this. But then when it comes in, you want to kind of overthink a little bit, because you're like, I am not prepared. I saw this, but I haven't been actually like expecting this. Or at one point I felt that this was aligned, but then it went its way and I went mine, and like time passed, you know, and I just kind of accepted it as something that had passed me by. Give me a little bit more clarity on the 9 of Swords in reverse, but this is something you don't need to worry about. It's not a threat. It's not a liability. It's not a headache. The Hanged Man, yeah, it's aligned with you. It's gained some sort of higher perspective. And I feel like there was resistance between you and this person coming together before, because neither of you were both missing a piece of the puzzle. that I think was like something to do with self-awareness. There's something you weren't seeing about yourselves, and maybe you just had growing up to do. You had healing and learning and experiencing life that needed to happen. There's some reason why something didn't work before, and you're going to see this when it comes back around. It's going to be illuminated. You're going to see something clear. How when you made a choice to to revoke your love and your emotional energy and loyalty or commitment from something that was not fulfilling, but you weren't walking away from it, you trusted your intuition, you dropped the weight, you stepped into, this is so crazy, you stepped into your Empress energy. Let's just look at this together, shall we? And it comes in just like that. Real solid commitment. Someone who will actually fight valiantly for you. And again, it's like you're not expecting this. So there's a little bit of conflict, but this they come in ready to fight. But I feel like you also have, I think you have a choice to make. You might have options here. The thing that you let go of already might come back talking about like, I want to give equally and reciprocity and blah, blah, blah. But they're still not hopeful. They're not solid. They want everything with you, but they are not tempered. This is someone that always puts things off. They are like, I'll do that tomorrow. And then they never do it, especially their work on themselves. This person could be a Virgo, like an unevolved Virgo, the Hermit in reverse. But they come in having dropped some sort of weight, emotional weight, wanting a new option with you or opportunity with you, but there's something that hasn't been reconciled, or it's still not sitting well with you. There's a lot of there's a lack of color here. There might be like a little bit of attraction left, like maybe sexual energy with that orange there, the sacral. But other than that, it's looking kind of like a bleak landscape here. And what about the other option? How will their energy present or feel to Pisces? And then I'm going to leave you on this note. Not void of life. They're like death at reverse. They're like literally not dead. Like this other option is coming in as something that's kind of like already 6 feet under and decomposing in the ground, you know, like this thing is dead and has been dead for a hot second. Spirit's like, this other thing, in contrast, represents life. One represents death and one represents life. One represents contraction and one represents expansion. Do you guys hear the train? Because it just came and started honking. So that's validation, yeah. And why? Because you are embodying life. Life. It's beautiful. Abundant, creative, expansive, life-giving, life force, loving energy. And that is what you're getting in response. Mwah. I love it so much, Pisces. I love it. You deserve it. And I don't even need to know the details of the story to know that you deserve it. Because Saturn is slowly leaving our sign, and we've been learning those lessons, biatch. We have not been taking any shortcuts because Big Daddy Saturn will not allow it. Very strict, okay? And not in a hot way, no offense, but like in a dad kind of way, like a strict dad way, that I'm doing this because I love you, you know? You have to learn the hard way. It's tough love. It's not like whips and chains. It's not S&M Rihanna up in here. We're not having fun. you know? And in its late degrees, or has it already shifted? It's very close to shifting if it hasn't already, but it's like, it's felt pretty, it's getting tight in here, you know? So I feel like we're ready to feel a little bit more free, a little more expansive, where we can breathe again. And we've been learning lessons for a while, so now it's, you know, that's contraction, that's integrating a lot, going within, releasing, purging, and now we're pushing out into an expansive period, but it doesn't require a lot of effort. It's naturally being magnetized and pulled to us because of the space we've created through, you know, purging everything else. It creates like a vacuum for things to pour in. And it's coming very much as like, it's coming through as a heart portal. In and out. I'm seeing a lot of energy, but it's coming in and out of the heart chakra. And that Empress card was like, the tree was all pink, lined in pink and purple. So it's divine, loving energy. That's you. So that's you, boo. So you go do you, boo. And you do it beautifully, if I do say so myself. All right. I'm gonna leave you all for the night. I love you so freaking much. It hurts. It's crazy, but I like it. It hurts so good. I hope you guys are doing well. Sending you some little heart emojis there. I'm going live again on, I think, Tuesday. It's scheduled. It's on my page. And we're doing, what are we doing? What did I schedule that for? I think it's like a you and them type of relationship reading. I literally can't remember. Let me just look. Yeah, it's what are they up to? So let's talk about that person that you've tried to get out of your head, someone that you've thought about a lot, and you you feel like you need a little extra insight so that you can create some closure, so that you can, you know, have some truth that will set you free, or just gain some perspective, or maybe you just want to spy. Your Scorpionic friend is here to assist you. At your service, my friends. But until then, I'm gonna let you go. I'm sending you a lot of love and warmth and good vibes, and I'm proud of you for the work that you've been doing. You guys are receiving these blessings because you've done the work. You've aligned yourself with them, and there is no shortcuts. Energy does not lie. So I see you. I'm proud as fuck of you, as per always. You're doing amazing. And I'll talk to you again soon, okay? Bye, my friends.